televised, government been telling lies. If you're not with us, you better step aside. Witnessing a genocide, everything is centralized. The food that we consuming, they spraying it out with pesticides. Easily identify the sheep and the snake, the real and the fake, giving us a reason to pray. I'ma make my own choices, a voice for the voiceless. They trying to destroy us, avoiding the poison. It's all pointless if you don't have a purpose. If you read the verses, you'll know who we versing. Government can tell you what your worth is, look deeper than the surface. They don't even want you researching or asking questions. We all being tested. Shut your mouth, they comply, that's the message. Want you depressed on prescriptions that mess with your head, got you stressing, suppressing expression.
We will not comply with the institutions, sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. We will not comply with the institutions, sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution.
Keep the money, I would rather have my soul. They want power and control, that's their number one goal. All my friends turn to foes, look how easily they fold. Even Nazis say they were doing what they told. Walking down this road all alone in the cold, but my soul never sold, I'm exposing the clones. God has chosen this role, all of those who oppose want me hopeless and broke like I'm Noah on boats. I'm just trying to tell them all about the flood. I can feel it in my bones, I can feel it in my blood. Man, I came up out the mud, only God is my judge. I don't listen to these politicians, they the real thugs. Won't comply with the lies, they disguise it as science. They want you compliant, the media's bias. These corporate giants are capitalizing on us by dividing, but I'll keep on fighting.
We will not comply with the institutions, sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. They're trying to dumb us down. Don't want us to make a sound. We gotta get out of now, 'cause it's a revolution. We will not comply with the institutions, sick illusion. No, we won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution.
All right, guys, welcome. Happy Saturday, happy Sabbath to those that celebrate that. And I just want to welcome everybody in today because it is going to be more of a presentation. So I'm going to be sharing a lot of information. I'm doing this live stream so that you can actually see the visuals. I'll be bringing in clips, bringing in different video clips and things of that nature. If you do want to come up and join the stream, you will have to go to my Twitter handle, and I posted the link in there. So look out for the actual Twitter space post, and then the link is in there. But today is going to be definitely more of a presentation. So welcome again, everyone. I'm going to shed some light on the current situation in Haiti. And I really feel that it's important for people to really understand what's going on in Haiti, and not just what's happening right now, but the history about it. Because, I was in a space the other day, and I couldn't even get my I had my hand raised for over a few hours, and I'm just starting to realize sometimes if you really want to get the truth out, you're just going to have to do it yourself. Because, some of the things that I heard definitely didn't cover the full story of Haiti, the history, what happened in the past, as well as what's going on now in the future. So, but before I delve into some of the pressing issues, such as the gang violence, I'm going to definitely talk about child trafficking. I'm going to talk about the assassination of the president, the last president that was in place, because it's crucial to rewind through history. Understanding Haiti's past is paramount to grasping the essence of freedom, because I don't think people realize what freedom looks like. No one's just going to walk up to you and say, do you want to be free? So we can think that, Haiti's such a shithole country. Look at what they're doing to destroy. But these people are fighting for their freedom. So today we're going to, again, is this another Haitian revolution or is it a CIA psyop? So I'm going to answer that question a little bit later, but I just want to put that out there. And I also want to put out the question, what do you think freedom actually looks like? Okay, so just wanted to make that statement because I'm going to take you back today to the Haitian Revolution, which was a pivotal moment that not only encapsulates the nation's richest resources, because I don't think people are aware of how many resources are in Haiti. And I'm going to go through the minerals, the nation's resources, their agricultural wealth. There's a lot of wealth over there in Haiti, but you wouldn't hear about that. You know why? Because mainstream media would downplay that. And of course, the United States don't want you to know about that. Okay, so we're definitely going to point that out. And I'm going to bring in a historian who's going to speak on this. He has it's actually going to be a clip. Professor James Smalls, he's really going to go through some of the, the resources, some of the history. But I'm just going to tell you guys, I'm going to build you all the way up from the past all the way up until where we are now. So again, I'm going to take you through the Haitian Revolution. We're going to talk about some of the resources and some of the wealth over there in Haiti. Then we're going to talk about the assassination. Why was that last president assassinated? What was it that he said and fought against as it relates to COVID? And then I'm also going to touch on the child trafficking that's connected to the Clinton Foundation out of Haiti. So today we're going to hear some truth and as it relates to freedom, because it's imperative to debunk the false narratives that's been rooted in colonialism and imperialism. Haiti's defiance against the French oppression, definitely sheds light to how hard they fought for their independence, which is the real reason the U.S. disdains Haiti. Okay, you hear people say things like, oh, it's a shithole country. But today I'm going to dispel the misconceptions about that perception and talk about their agricultural powers amongst other things, because therein lies a profound lesson in the pursuit of freedom, a revolution against genocide, and it's a reminder that the struggles of one nation globally transcending borders and connecting all of us, and they're not the only ones fighting for their freedom. I'm also going to mention a little bit about what's going on in Mali, what's going on in Niger, Burkina Faso, Chad, and Guinea. Us in the United States need to get on board, because I can tell you right now, it seems to be that the United States has a lot of cowards going on. Okay. People don't want to stand up. I'm sick and tired of hearing people say in these shows and these Twitter spaces and Clubhouse and some of these other social platforms, well, I'm not going to speak on that. I'm not going to touch on that. It doesn't involve you. Everything that's happening around us involves you, regardless if it's happening to you directly or if it's happening to someone you know. Everyone needs to stand up, because silence is compliance. And as they roll in all these different tyrannies here where we are in the U.S., what do you really think freedom looks like? Do you think it's going to be people looting, trash everywhere, guns everywhere? So I just want to, put that out there, because freedom and fighting for freedom and a revolution is never something that's going to be pretty. So again, I just want to thank everybody for coming in. I'm going to go ahead and jump in and start getting started. But before I actually, get into my first clip, which is going to give you a little bit about the history. So I have a few clips relating to the history of the Haitian Revolution, because again, that's where I want to start. And then I'm going to bring us up into the assassination of the president, into the vax agenda, the COVID, that bring that into why he was assassinated. And then we're going to look into some things as it relates to Laura Silsby, who you may not be familiar with, who tried to steal 30 children from, Haiti back when the earthquake happened, as well as the billions of dollars that went missing. So when people, look at Haiti and what's going on right now, and these people are literally only making no more than $3 a day, something ain't right. Someone else is making money off all the mining and all the resources that's coming out of Haiti. So that's what we're going to look at today, because it's just important for us to just recognize who is really out here fighting for their liberation, just as we should be also fighting for our liberation. So let me go ahead and cue up the intro music, and then, we're going to just go ahead and jump right into it. Well, if I can get that queued up, hold on a second here. I thought I had it ready, but here we go.
Brothers and sisters, the revolution will be live. The revolution will not be televised, and be no rerun, brothers and sisters. The revolution will be live.
The difference between conspiracy and conspiracy theory. Conspiracy is when two or more groups, organizations, or individuals come together to do something that is evil and or wicked. It is planned to do something evil or wicked. That's a conspiracy. The United States government assassinating foreign leaders. Those are conspiracies. The CIA tracking our leaders. The FBI murdering our leaders. Those are conspiracies. Those are government entities, individuals, and groups coming together to plan and do things that are evil and wicked. Those are conspiracies. Conspiracies are real. Conspiracies exist. Once you add theory, which modifies the definition of the word conspiracy, theory, which means it's a possibility of what if I'm not certain of. What you toss in a theory, it's something you are not too certain about. You don't have necessarily the facts to back it up. You don't necessarily have the proof or the documentation to show and prove that this is what you're saying it is. This was a conspiracy, not a theory. An absolute conspiracy. Documented, well publicized, well activated, acted upon, well executed conspiracy between the FDA, NIH, HHS, CDC, the White House, Department of Defense, Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, you name it. It was a well-planned, thought-out conspiracy, and all of those who were involved at the top knew what they were doing. It was a conspiracy. That's a fact, not a theory. Just wanted to make sure we clear that up so people can stop saying conspiracy theory, theory, theory. Conspiracies are real, and that's what this was.
You want answers? 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 I want the truth! I want the truth! I want the truth! You want answers? You want answers? You want answers? You can't handle the truth! You want answers? I want the truth! You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! I want the truth! I want the truth! You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! The truth! You can't handle the truth. The truth. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
All right, guys. Again, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are going to be talking about, is this another Haitian revolution or is it a CIA psyop? I'm going to go through some of the history as it relates to the Haitian Revolution, talk about what's going on with the gangs, talk about the child trafficking, as well as some of the minerals, resources, and agriculture in Haiti, and as well go over the assassination of the last president that leads us up to where we are now. So I want to thank everybody for coming in. Feel free to share the room. You're going to get a lot of great information, and I might even have to break this up in parts because there's so much and you can only cover, so much in one show. But I am going to touch on each one of those topics. And then, at another time, I'm going to get a little bit deeper into the corruption that's been going on. But as of right now, this first section, and again, guys, this is more of a presentation. If you do want to join the stage, you would have to click that link that's in my profile on Twitter Spaces, and that link will bring you in here, and I can see you and bring you in into the background of this, and people will be able to hear you speak just as I'm speaking right now. But if you're just going around making some errands today, cleaning up your house, today is, you can just sit back and get the information. Now I will be showing quite a few video clips, and one of them is, most of them are pretty short. There is one which is an interview that I do want to play, but I'm going to break that up into pieces, as well as try to bring in some articles to validate some of the things that he's been saying as it relates to the minerals and resources over there. I mean, who knew some of these things? I personally didn't know. So, you learn something new every day, and hopefully this presentation will give everyone a little bit more about the background, the history, and the real reason why no one wants to help Haiti unless they can make them bow down and give up their independence, because they're not talking about that part. So we're going to, go over all of that. And I can see your chat messages. So, and just like Lou, what's up, Lou? I saw you see a message. I can't show your messages on the screen as well. So if you feel that you want to say something and maybe that you don't want to actually speak, you can type it out and I can pop it up on the screen as we, go throughout this presentation today. Yes, this is being recorded. It is being streamed into YouTube, as well as Twitter Spaces. So, and then at a later time, I will most likely be publishing it to my podcast site as well. So just giving you guys that heads up. So yes, if you don't want to be recorded or anything like that, you might not want to speak. But I pretty much have everything in my mind of how I want this laid out today. So this is the reason why it's more of a presentation and not a discussion. It's some information that I want to present because I feel no one in social media is presenting this information. And it's important for people to really understand the truth, so that when you do speak out, that you understand what you're saying. Who are you really supporting when you say certain things? Because I can tell you right now, some of the things that I've heard, it was all just, oh, he's a Freemason. Oh, they just want to just run crazy to run crazy. It's just gang violence here, gang violence there. And there's so much more to this story that people just really are not understanding. So hopefully, again, everyone to get a little bit more insight into the history of Haiti. And it's actually pronounced Haiti, if I'm saying that correctly, Haiti, and not Haiti is the original pronunciation. So just wanted to put that out there. And yes, Lou, you are correct. It is loaded with oil, gold. It also, when you think about agriculture, coffee, sugar, rice, other minerals such as limestone, zinc, copper, marble, and one of the most expensive elements is iridium. How many people knew about that? Okay, iridium is worth more than gold and silver, and Haiti has the second largest supply of iridium under Venezuela. So, according to that, it's like mountains of it. So do your research on that, but I'll talk a little bit more about that. So yes, it is definitely filled with a lot of resources related to minerals, agriculture, things of that nature. So I'll definitely get into that, and you'll hear Professor Smalls talk about that as well. But let's go ahead and get ready to jump into the first clip, which again, I do have a few clips. It's iridium. That's spelled IRR or IRI, but IRRIDIUM. So yeah, iridium. Okay. They said it's not even, that comes from like the earth crust. It's like one of the rarest minerals found. So the fact that they have a full supply of that, so it's a reason why, they say they want to help Haiti, but they only want to help Haiti if they could put them back under colonialism, enslave them back, and then, control all the resources. So it's a reason why you hearing certain things. It's a reason why these things are happening. And hopefully I can shed some light on that today. So, but let's go ahead and jump into this first clip again. I'm starting off touching a little bit about the Haitian Revolution. Some people have heard of it. Some people have not heard of it. So today is going to be just a little education on the Haitian Revolution.
Titled The Haitian Revolution and the Forging of America. The article makes compelling arguments about how the Haitian Revolution deeply impacted America, helping to make it what it is today. So this video is one historical perspective, advanced by a scholar and not a monolithic consensus. So please keep that in mind. The arguments posed by scholar Jim Thompson in part serves as an explanation for the experience I had in my graduate studies. The fact that no one in my class knew what the Haitian Revolution was, including the professor, speaks to the historical American response. After the successful revolution in Haiti, Americans passed several laws further binding and restricting enslaved people. They were intent on barring any influence from the Haitian Revolution on American soil. Baltimore even banished any import of enslaved people from the West Indies from 1792 to 1797. In the antebellum South, no issue having to do with slavery and the role of blacks in American society was discussed at so many different times, in so many different ways, for so many different reasons as the lessons of the Haitian Revolution. I imagine that after some time, any mention of the Haitian Revolution was shunned or discouraged. Over the centuries, this could have manifested itself into complete amnesia, resulting in my graduate experience. The Haitian Revolution was undoubtedly terrifying for any owner of enslaved people. The white owners who managed to escape Haiti and reach America told stories about what they witnessed. The Haitians not only liberated themselves from local plantations, but they completely embarrassed the white supremacist powers of the time. How can formerly enslaved people completely annihilate French, British, and Spanish colonial powers, let alone defeat the great Napoleon? Napoleon himself admitted that his decision to fight the Haitians was the greatest folly of his life. In the process of achieving independence, the slaves fought and defeated in turn the local white planters and troops of the French monarchy, a Spanish invasion, a British expeditionary force, and, in the end, the supposedly invincible army of Napoleon Bonaparte. The Haitian defeat of multiple well-organized, resourced, and funded European powers was unheard of, an imbroglio white society struggled to face. Though the Haitian Revolution deeply scarred white supremacy, it came with an unforeseen advantage for American society. Now that France was defeated by the great Toussaint Louverture and Dessalines, they were no longer a relevant power in the Western Hemisphere. France owned a huge portion of the American mainland called Louisiana. However, now burdened by this territory due to their defeat, they decided to sell it to the Americans. The historical impact of the Haitian Revolution would extend far beyond the small Caribbean island. Without control of the crown jewel of its planned empire, France saw the Louisiana Territory as a useless drain on its resources. Needing money for his renewed war with England, Napoleon sold the vast Louisiana Territory to the United States on April 30th, 1803, for about 4 cents an acre. For the United States, the Louisiana Purchase was a turning point, the historical importance of which has been ranked next to the Declaration of Independence and the adoption of the Constitution. America was now doubled in size. Jim Thompson theorizes that the acquisition of Louisiana changed the way Americans viewed themselves. The proliferation of immigrants into the new territory may have encouraged Americans to think that settling the entire continent was their birthright, hence the idea of manifest destiny. Before the Louisiana annexation, Americans in many ways still had a colonial attitude. They still looked to England and to France. With the acquisition of the Louisiana Territory, their focus shifted to their own continent. For the first time, Americans became Americans as we know them, people with a continental view. This perspective that the Haitian Revolution in part made America and shaped American identity is a cogent take on historical events. Jim Thompson goes even further to say that the Haitian Revolution ultimately created the atmosphere for the American Civil War. Though he lays out his arguments well, I think the Haitian impact on the purchase of Louisiana, thereby establishing a huge part of continental America, is the more fortified argument. What Haitian generals such as Toussaint Louverture and Jean Dessalines were able to do was significantly decrease French power in North America, creating a gap that America was now able to fill. Haiti was producing substantial monetary gain for the French Empire, and because Haitians conquered the island, France had to sell its territory, helping to forge America into what it is today. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production, consider supporting the home team on patreon.com.
All right, guys. So that was just a quick clip, just to touch on it, to get us into talking about the Haitian Revolution. I am going to play a few more clips because sometimes when you hear something once, it sinks in, but you kind of miss a few things. So I do have some more clips that I'm going to play to really bring home some of the key points of what happened in the Haitian Revolution, such as who they were fighting against, the French, the British, Napoleon. All of them were defeated by what went on in Haiti. And and one thing he did mention was the Louisiana Purchase. Okay, now that's something I'm not going to get into today, but it might be at another show, because I feel like what happened and the impact of the Louisiana Purchase definitely is relevant in this conversation. Another thing that stood out for me was how the U.S. sold, or not the U.S., but France sold Haiti for 4 cents an acre back in 1804 to the United States. So, the fact that you can just sell something that doesn't belong to you in the first place, I mean, is enough to make you want to be upset. But that it was even 4 cents an acre. Something that never even belonged to them in the first place, to make the long story short. And I do see the questions. I'm not for sure how you invite somebody, but I do know that you can share the link, which is how I sent you guys the link in everyone's DM. So if you copy that link, you can send that to someone and then they could come into this space. And or I believe if you click on my profile pic, that could take you to the YouTube. So, but if you want to watch it through Twitter Spaces, you would have to click that share link. But if you want to come in and actually speak, then go to my profile, go to the post about this space, and I put the link in it. It says invite in the word. So if you were to click that link, that will bring you into the actual stream itself. So just hopefully that clears that up. I was trying to type it, but then the video kind of ended. So hopefully that answers your question. But yeah, guys, we're going to move to the next clip. This one is really only like 3 minutes. He's going to touch on some of the same things you heard, but this is a different speaker. And then I'm going to also share this. I believe she's like a teacher. She interviewed someone who was had a specialist in Haiti. So we'll hear from that one next. So again, we're talking about the Haitian Revolution before we move up into the child trafficking and, you know, some of the other things, the assassination of the president. So, but right now we're kind of focused on the Haitian Revolution. So let me go ahead and get this next clip ready. And yeah, we will continue.
Revolution. Fueled by European demands for sugar, indigo, coffee, and cocoa, during the 18th century, France imported some 20,000 African slaves to their growing plantations in Haiti, many of whom died from malaria, yellow fever, and unimaginable working conditions, where slave owners worked their charges as hard as humanly possible, with minimal provisions for adequate food or proper shelter. As tensions and violence between white colonists and African slaves boiled over on August 22, 1791, slaves engaged in the decade-long Haitian Revolution, or as the French called it, la guerre de l'indépendance, lasting from 1791 to 1804, and led by figures such as Duty Boukman and Toussaint Louverture, when a group of slaves rose up in rebellion against their French oppressors. The uprising quickly gained momentum as thousands of slaves joined the push for liberation, fighting with determination and resilience against the powerful French military, as well as British and Spanish interlopers who sought to capitalize on chaos within the collapsing French possession. Facing numerous challenges, internal divisions, and shifting alliances, in 1804, under the leadership of Louverture's former lieutenant Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Haiti was granted independence from France, becoming the first black-led republic in the world, as well as the largest slave revolt since Spartacus's unsuccessful uprising against the Roman Republic some 1900 years before. Challenging long-held European beliefs regarding the inferiority of Africans and their matching sentiment about a slave's inability to achieve or maintain their own freedom, the warring slaves of Haiti displayed highly developed organizational capacities and a resilience that sent shockwaves through frightened slave owners in North America, inspiring enslaved people in other colonies to fight for their liberation and independence, a lesson the French would soon embrace following the American Revolution, making the Haitian Revolution a testament to the spirit of the oppressed and the ongoing struggle for freedom. And there you have it.
All right, so we are back. That was just another quick clip talking about the Haitian Revolution. I mean, some of the things that really just again resonated with me was their resilience. They were organized. You know, some of the things that are very relevant to today, that we have to have a resilience. We have to get organized to fight against, you know, the tyranny that they're trying to put upon us. I mean, they want us all enslaved, you know, moving us into this digital slavery system. And we keep thinking that, you know, a new president or some new politician is going to save us, and not understanding that we, the people, must save ourselves. These are definitely some important things. Again, what does freedom look like? Freedom. No one is going to come and tap you on your shoulder and ask you, do you want to be free? We have to fight for these freedoms. We have to fight to get chemtrails stopped. We have to fight for them to stop putting in poison in our food. We have to fight this education system that's indoctrinating our children. We cannot just pick and choose what we want to speak about, because silence is compliance. All over the world right now, people are standing up and fighting back. So if you're from France, if you live in Europe, this isn't nothing personal. This is truth in history. This is all about colonialism and imperialism. And no, it is not okay to pimp and take people's resources and not put it back into the country. It is not okay to govern people and enslave others to enrich your personal pocket. So, it's coming to a head. Revolutions are breaking out all over the world right now. And it's time for people to stand up. You will no longer be able to hide your head in the sand. So just wanted to just circle that back one more time. And but we are definitely going to get into this next clip. Let me just make sure I got this lined up here. Yep, we're gonna get into this next clip. And let's go ahead and get started. Okay. My bad.
Hello, I'm Sharika Crawford, professor of Latin American history at the U.S. Naval Academy. And I want to dig into the causes and legacies of one of the most important revolutions in world history. The Haitian Revolution started in 1791 on the western half of a Caribbean island called Hispaniola. The island's indigenous people once called it Haiti, and today it's called Haiti. Here, the French colony of Saint-Domingue was France's most lucrative colony, producing 60% of the world's coffee and half of its sugar. The colony teetered on an unstable social pyramid. At the top were the so-called Grands Blancs, white plantation owners. Below them were the Petites Blancs, the working class and civil servants. They resented the power and wealth of the Grands Blancs, but they also conflicted with free people of color. Free people of color were often very wealthy, and many even owned plantations. Yet because of their skin color, they did not enjoy the same rights as the Petites Blancs. At the bottom of the social hierarchy was 90% of the island's population, over 400,000 enslaved Africans. Forced to work the island's plantations under brutal conditions, they made plantation owners and the French Empire very rich. I found an expert on the subject, Professor Marlena Doubt, who will help us understand how these conditions led to revolution. Professor, what was life like for an enslaved person in Saint-Domingue?
Life in Saint-Domingue was incredibly harsh. For an enslaved person who was directly forcibly transported from Africa, the life expectancy was 2 to 3 years. For an enslaved person born in the colony, the life expectancy was about 16 years old. There was just so much harsh punishment, so much backbreaking labor, and the colonists seemed to believe that it was cheaper to just replenish, by which I mean keep bringing the slavers and the slaving ships and purchasing human beings to force them into labor than to actually create better conditions that would sustain human life. And so when writers of the time period talked about Saint-Domingue teetering, on the edge of a volcano, like the crater of a volcano, this is what they meant.
How did the revolution begin?
So the Haitian Revolution formally begins in August of 1791, on the night between August 13th and August 14th at what is called the Ceremony of Bois Caïman, is a gathering of enslaved people led by a man named Boukman Dadi and another woman, a spiritual leader named Cécile Fatima. And they basically give speeches to enslaved representatives from the plantations. And within, about a week's time, hundreds of plantations are on fire. The goal of the revolution at this moment is to set the plantations on fire, set the fields on fire, so that the slave economy can't function anymore.
How did the French government respond to this revolt in their colony?
So the French newspapers start printing these kind of sensational and salacious tales of Black people cutting white people's heads off, killing their masters. What is really interesting is that in the early days of the revolution, it really wasn't about killing masters, and it really wasn't about hand-to-hand combat. It was, again, about disrupting the slave economy by making it impossible for it to function if everything is on fire. Of course, planters defend themselves. Some of them flee to the mountains. Many of them flee to the United States, to Cuba, to Jamaica. So many of them went to New Orleans. And so the French respond by sending ships. They send their army to sort of calm things down. They send 3 commissioners initially. Those commissioners are unsuccessful. They can't quell the fires.
The French couldn't stop the revolts. And to make matters worse, they were at war with the English and Spanish, who sent troops to the island. Amid all the fighting, a formerly enslaved man named Toussaint L'Ouverture emerged as one of the revolution's leaders. He allied himself with the Spanish and won victories against the French. But in February 1794, recognizing that they were losing their colony, the French National Assembly abolished slavery. In response, L'Ouverture allied himself with France, forcing the Spanish army to retreat. With their freedom won, many revolutionaries now identified as French citizens. They sent leaders to represent them at the National Assembly in Paris. Leaders like L'Ouverture played a huge role in the success of the Haitian Revolution. He was a brilliant general and politician, playing 3 empires against each other. His army was aided by the mountainous geography of the island and the spread of diseases like yellow fever, which devastated the French, Spanish, and British troops. Most people fighting in this revolution were enslaved Africans and their descendants. How were they able to share news and information, let alone engage in radical political ideas?
Remember, we're in the age of enlightenment, and so people are talking about rights, and they're talking about what's natural to humankind and what's unnatural to humankind. And they're using words like equality and inequality. And so the free people of color who go back and forth are reading this material. They are digesting this material. They're bringing it back with them. And there's sailors on ships. There's the slave traders as well, who sometimes bring newspapers. And the very, very interesting thing about how news circulates is that enslaved people were great at reading between the lines. Among the enslaved themselves, they also had Haitian Creole religion, and they also had the Vodou religion, in which they could be communicating by basically practicing spirituality.
So the revolution began in 1791, and slavery was abolished in 1794. But that's not the end of the story, is it? What happens after Napoleon comes to power in France?
By the time Napoleon rises to power in 1799, he has a formidable enemy in Toussaint Louverture, who essentially controls the entire island. After Toussaint Louverture rises to power, Napoleon definitely understands him as a rival, so he sends his brother-in-law to the island with what is called the Leclerc expedition. And from Toussaint's perspective, this expedition with 20,000 French troops is not a peaceful expedition. Napoleon had brought back slavery. He signed a decree in May of 1802 that allowed the reinstatement of slavery in the French Empire. What they end up doing is arresting Toussaint Louverture in June of 1802. And even people who are not allied to him understand that if he can be arrested and tricked in this manner, deported to France, die a horrible death in a French prison, that the same thing could happen to them. And so the revolutionaries kind of all band together. The former free people of color, the former enslaved population, they unite together. And by November of 1803, they have driven the French out. They've forced them out. And so when they officially declare independence in January of 1804, the world is sort of stunned.
Why was the Haitian Revolution such a momentous world event? Why did it stun the world?
It is undoubtedly true that enslaved people, they resisted their enslavement at every turn from the start to the finish. But for the vast majority of enslaved peoples, the Atlantic Wars, the slave rebellions and revolutions didn't change their way of life. And this is what makes the Haitian Revolution such a monumental world event, is that it wasn't just getting a few people free. It got the entire nation free from slavery, independent from France. But for the rest of the enslaved population of the Americas, in the United States, in the British colonies, in the remaining French colonies, and particularly in the Spanish colonies, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and also in the Portuguese setting of Brazil, slavery continued. And it's not abolished until 1888 in Brazil, 1873 in Puerto Rico. And there's still a huge number of people enslaved throughout almost the entire 19th century.
Independence is declared in 1804. The first Haitian constitution is written in 1805. And one of Louverture's lieutenants, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, becomes the first ruler of an independent Haiti. But he's assassinated in 1806. And there are several more rulers and constitutions and power struggles in the years that follow. So independence isn't the end of Haiti's struggle, is it?
The fight to end slavery for Haitians didn't end with the Haitian Revolution. And one of the reasons for this is that France was still not recognizing Haitian independence. And various Haitian rulers through the years had kind of tried to see if they could negotiate with the French government to achieve recognition. When Charles X came to power, he devised a plan whereby he told the Haitian government that if they paid France 150 million francs, the French government would finally belatedly recognize independence. And this is in 1825. But of course, Haitians don't have 150 million francs to pay to France. So they're forced to take out these draconian loans. They don't finish paying off all the interest that had accumulated and all the tariffs until 1947. And so we see that the legacy of colonialism and slavery continued on after Haitians declared independence in 1804. And this was largely a punishment. It was a way to punish Haitians for, in the words of Jean-Jacques Dessalines, daring to be free.
The Haitian Revolution was the most successful slave revolt in history, but it was certainly not the only one. As Professor Doubt has argued, this period, which is often called an age of revolutions, was also an age of slavery. Enslaved Africans in every part of the Americas resisted their enslavement. Some scholars argue that we might better understand the Haitian Revolution as one battle in a centuries-long war across the entire Atlantic world, fought by enslaved people against their enslavers. The Haitian Revolution shook the foundations of a world economy that depended on the labor of enslaved Africans. It was the most radical of the Atlantic revolutions, abolishing slavery and embracing in practice the idea that all men are created equal. These ideas were so radical, so dangerous to the slave economies of the Atlantic world, that the great world powers punished the new nation of Haiti with loans, tariffs, and violence. That ensured that Haitians would struggle to maintain their economy and their democracy for generations to come.
All right, so hopefully, guys, you learned a little bit more about the Haitian Revolution. This is what we were talking about. So I shared a few clips just to build up some of the history, to show how the independence and how they've been fighting, for their freedom and just to stay independent. And it's important to know these things because when you think about the United States saying that they might go over there right now and give some money, but what they're not talking about is the only reason why they stated that they would go over there and to try to put someone in power, which we know will be some type of puppet interim president, just like the prime minister who just resigned. He actually worked for, the U.S. government for years. So he was a puppet prime minister, which is why he resigned and didn't come back. But, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But what the U.S. wants is for them, this is their statement, if they want to help Haiti, then they have to allow Haitians to put in or bring in their own soldiers, so to speak, or their own military to govern the people. So basically, they want to bring in and put people under control. And this is the reason why everything is breaking out over there. This is the reason why they do not want the United States to interfere. They do not want their help. And they do not want the help of Kenya as well, because Kenya also has a puppet president who's doing any and everything for the United States. But I'll talk about that a little bit later as well. But yeah, so there are some countries that are fighting for freedom, and then there are some countries who just continuously support being enslaved. So just to give a quick shout out to those that are fighting for their freedom, such as Haiti, we have Mali, we have Niger, Burkina Faso, Chad, Guinea. But then you also have these countries, such as Brazil. They're not doing anything. Then you also have Kenya. And I really I don't want to go too deep on Kenya right now, but Kenya, the Barbados, Jamaica, they're still under this colonialism and imperialism. But, especially as it relates to Kenya, anyone who's listening to this or know anyone from Kenya, they definitely need to stand up. Their president has literally introduced the digital ID system all the way to people being born there right now have to enroll into this digital ID system. He has a partnership with the Gates Foundation on this digital ID system. And I'm not going to go too deep because that might have to be a part 2 where I'm literally going to bring the evidence on these controlled oppositions and, who's doing what. But right now, I just really want to focus on bringing awareness about Haiti, educating people on the history. And so we just touched on a little bit of the background as it relates to the Haitian Revolution. Now I want to play a clip from Professor James Small, who's going to just, talk a little bit about the history, but he's going to really touch on some of the resources, some of the wealth that's over there, some of the things that a lot of people might not be aware of. And, I am going to pause it halfway through and then show you some of the articles that validate some of the things he's bringing up, such as the gold that was stolen from Haiti and took to New York. And they never gave that gold back, by the way. You already heard about the $150 million loan and how long it took for them to pay it off. And that's another thing what the U.S. does is it enslaves these countries with these loans. China does the same thing. They give them these loans. We'll help you as a loan, but they do so much that if you can't pay it back, you either have to give up your country or give up something. I believe there's a contract with China, and I can't remember what country it is, but if they don't pay the loan back, then they have to give up their airport. So, these are just the little tricky, slicky things that they do to keep people enslaved. So 1791 is again when the Haitian Revolution began. They touched on a lot of notable figures, and I'm not going to go too deep into some of these figures and the voodooism and things of that nature, but I am going to do a show on that because just like they pointed out, the propaganda was in this revolution that they were cutting off heads and doing all these things, eating people's bodies, just like they're doing right now, saying, they're in Haiti, cannibalism, they're eating people with no evidence. Even the video, I can't remember who posted that on Twitter Spaces, but the whole title was "They're eating people," and then you click on it, it's no evidence, and then the article itself doesn't even talk about it. So, just be mindful of some of these people that you follow on these Twitter Spaces and these social media spaces, because, some of them are not here for humanity to help the greater good. There are a lot of infiltrators and a lot of controlled opposition to push certain narratives. So yeah, just want to touch on that. And yeah, I was going to talk about the migration. And another thing I'm seeing a lot of people post is the fact that, the Haitians are coming in as the migrants and they're raping people and they're doing all. So this is propaganda, people. These are narratives being pushed. And if anybody deserves to come into this country, it should be Haitians. For all the shit that the United States has done, robbed that country, used their resources, they don't have a right. They should just die over there, or they should just drown in the ocean, But it's just funny how, they push certain narratives to get people revved up, to get us divided, and to take us off the real head of the snake, the true head of the snake, which is our governments and the governments around the world who have decided to get together and take down and depopulate the people through all means necessary. So just want to, touch on that a little bit, recap there. And we're getting ready to go ahead and jump into this interview with Professor Smalls. He is a historian. He's done so much research. I mean, this guy has a wealth of knowledge. Not only do I follow him and, listen to a lot of his other talks and things of that nature, I'm just glad I kind of came across this interview when I was researching to put together this show. And I'm like, everything he's saying is just so relevant and people need to hear this. So I'm going to play that again. I may be pausing it so that I can show some of the articles and show you guys some of the things that he's talking about. And so you can see for yourself. It's all about truth and freedom today. Truth and freedom. So shout out to everybody in the room. Let me look at the crowd. I see we got Lou in the house. She sent me a message. I see we have a few people listening. I don't see a lot of people in the chat, but Fireburst, much love to you. And but yeah, I can't read the chat, guys. I can respond to the chat as well. So, and again, if you do want to speak, you would need to click that link that's connected to the Twitter post that I have on my page about the show. So just a quick reminder on that. And let me just double check that I don't have anybody who's trying to speak. And all right, so we're going to go ahead and just get into this next piece. And this is Professor James Small. He was interviewed the other day. I believe this interview is about less than 24 hours. And shout out to Dr. Mayat, who did this interview. So I want to show her some love since I'm, playing her clip, her interview. And let's go ahead and get into it. So let's hear about some of the resources. Let's hear about some of the wealth that's over there in Haiti. So let's hear how we can debunk that it's a shithole country. All right, let me get this up.
We're here to talk about my being in Baltimore this Sunday, at TNAT and with Brother Jabari and really talking about do our blueprint, you know, because we talk about community, but the average person don't even know what a community is.
Mm.
We talk about power. The average people don't know what power is. We say these things, bam, community power, Black people, nationalism, Pan-Africanism, and past the word, we don't have an image that can give us first step, second step. How do we view progress? You know, what ancestors' footsteps we should be in, that sort of thing. And then we're going to talk about Haiti, an aspect of ourselves. Haiti is not some people in the Caribbean. They speak with a different accent because they were enslaved and genocided primarily by the French. We were enslaved and genocided primarily by the English. And so they look at us and wonder about this strange ass accent we got.
Right. Right.
We're the same people from the same places, under the same circumstances, except they did something so extraordinary in that location. You know, the revolution of 1804 decimated the army of the great Napoleon Bonaparte, destroyed the British, the French, and they backed the Americans, created the first republic ever in the history of the world before or since by an enslaved population, and then used their wealth to free most of Latin America in their contribution to Bolivar and the others. And for that, they're hated and they're scorned. The West don't say that, but believe me, they cannot breathe, realizing how thoroughly their system of slavery and imperialism was destroyed by the act of this group of African peoples we call Haitian.
Teach.
And really, that's the bottom line. Everything else is detail, you know, is detail. So, but we're going to talk about some of those details and how they're, you know, continuing the attack on our brothers and sisters. Now talking about taking those who may try to escape any carnage that may come. They've already sneaked their Marines in, make no doubt about it. They've got hundreds and hundreds of them hidden in that embassy and in other places offshore. They're just, this is one of the biggest liar in the world in terms of a country, a nation state, and talking about moving our people into Guantanamo. They're not talking about moving the light-skinned ones crossing the border in Texas and Arizona into Guantanamo. They're coming in the country by the hundreds of thousands every week. A few thousand of our people may want to escape some of the harshest conditions in the world right now. And they're talking about putting them in Guantanamo, but this stuff has been going on with how they handle Haitian immigrants. They don't refer to them as asylum seekers. And if anybody had a right to seek asylum, it's the people of Haiti. And our contribution to America, meaning the Haitian part of the family, in terms of our revolution, allowing them to gain 3/4 of the territory today they call America, and during their revolution, we fought on their side to defeat the British out of Haiti. All right, they even put a statue up to the Haitian fighters and soldiers in Savannah, Georgia. But they still treat us with the utmost of disrespect. And after our revolution in 1804, it took them until 1862 before they even recognized us as a state. And even then, they didn't send an ambassador, they sent some other kind of personage. And it took them another 10 years to send an ambassador corps to Haiti. And so there's a history, the history of the American invasion into Haiti in 1915, an occupation that lasted until 1934. Our people don't know about this. You know the damage they did in that amount of time?
Teach, Baba.
Nearly 20 years of robbing, murdering, raping, and destroying the historical elements of Haiti. They even fired on the Great Citadel, the greatest building built during colonial time in the Western Hemisphere. But the gods didn't let them touch it. That voodoo god just kind of threw those little cannonballs away and make them chump look like the chumps they was. It destroyed much of our beautiful palace at the bottom of the valley. But it's
now I'm going to put a quick pause right there for a minute, and I want to show you guys the citadel that he's talking about that's in Haiti. I mean, I didn't even know, that was there, but I think it's important that, we look at what that looks like. I just want you guys to just take a quick look at this building. Okay. And let me know if you can see everything. And then I'll come back to the clip. All right, let me rewind it. He was talking about. All right, guys. So I just wanted to show you that because, I feel like, I've never seen that before. So I thought it was, pretty amazing myself. And I'm an architecture person. So I love looking at all these different old buildings and things of that nature. And for some reason, when he brought that up and I looked it up, I'm like, wow, I mean, that looks like a castle. And then, then it got to me to thinking about all of the buildings that they've destroyed throughout history with all these created fires, just like the fires that they're doing now. So, and that's a whole nother topic, but I know Lou knows what I'm talking about because we looked at some of those world fairs and some of those things. And if you guys haven't checked out this guy's channel called the My Lunch Break, he does a really great job going through, some of these buildings, these fires, the orphan trains and things of that nature. So, we still have some of these buildings left, but it just, seeing that citadel just reminded me of the barbarianism throughout history and how they've just destroyed so many of our artifacts, our technology and some of that. So, I digress, but I just thought the building was pretty amazing. And you don't see that when they're showing you the gangs and they're showing you the dirt on the streets and they're showing you all the violence. They're not talking about that, and how there's still beautiful parts in Haiti. So just wanted to touch on that real quick and show you guys what that looks like. But let's go ahead and get back to the interview.
Still there standing to let us know the great works of the people of Haiti. And so we need to study history. It'll erase the white man's mystery, especially when we're talking about Haiti. Very, very, very important. And in the invasion, they stole all of the gold reserves of Haiti and moved it to New York. They've never given it back to those people. They're never giving them their gold reserve back. They changed our Constitution. And one of the key elements of the Constitution of 1804 was that white people couldn't own any land in Haiti. So the white Americans went there and changed our Constitution so that they could own land and then occupy the most minerally rich land in Haiti. And our people don't understand that the Haitian people are poor and the back. Haiti is the richest island in the Caribbean even today. Wow. And the reason all that warring with the French is because the French had seen that it was the richest island of that day. Let me just give you some sense of the wealth of Haiti, right? So the myth can kind of move away. Here are the minerals that are there in Haiti: bauxite, copper, carbonate, gold, over $30 billion worth of gold.
Oh, hold on. Give me a second, guys.
For $30 billion worth of gold are in the ground. Marble.
Rewind that a little bit.
Those are Haiti is the richest island in the Caribbean even today.
Wow.
And the reason all that warring with the French is because the French had seen that it was the richest island of that day. Let me just give you some sense of the wealth of Haiti, right? So the myth can kind of move away. Here are the minerals that are there in Haiti: bauxite, copper, calcium carbonate, gold, over $30 billion worth of gold are in the ground. Marble, oil. The oil reserve is as big off coast of Haiti is as big as the oil reserves of Venezuela. With the oil reserve alone, every Haitian would be a millionaire. Okay?
Wow.
Natural gas, limestone, and zinc. Now the question is, who is mining all of this stuff? Now the CIA put out a report every year, and they'll talk about all of the agriculture thing in Haiti. They'll talk about the arable land, and Haiti produced coffee. That's its largest export. It produced sugarcane, the second largest export. It produced rice, corn, cocoa, sorghum, and others. Right? It export essential oils and apparel. Go in any store, Macy's or any store in America, open up and see where your suit jacket was made. Made in Haiti for slave labor. Look at your pants, see where it was made. Made in Haiti. I remember when I first saw that many years ago, Haiti? Making all these fine suits that I'm trying to buy at this high price. Then I found out they'd get nothing for it. And they're in one of these zones where they can't even strike and can't increase the minimum wage. They work for slave labor. And any attempt to hold a strike or organize a union or increase minimum wage is met with brutality. This is the Haiti that they're lying about on CNN and NBC and Fox and the other things, right? That's why we need a Dr. Ma'at, so we can get some information out to the world.
Ashe.
And after that earthquake, and
I'm gonna hit a pause real quick. Just want to do a quick pause to recap a few things that he brought up, because he talked about some of the resources in Haiti. He mentioned the coffee, the sugar, the gold. He stated $30 billion worth of gold. The oil reserves. Now, one thing that I found was very interesting is when I looked up the oil reserves, you couldn't find any information, but then I did find a few articles that talks about how they have it, and I'm gonna try to show some of these articles, but there's a website that lists all the oil reserves, and Haiti didn't appear on that list. And I thought that was really interesting how they're trying to hide that fact. And then, he talked about the gold and how they took some of the gold and then took it to New York, and they never gave that gold back. Now, they stated it was $150,000 worth of gold, but I mean, anytime they report a number, it's probably double or triple how much they really took. Never gave that back. And again, with these oil reserves, he stated if everyone had something from that, they will all be millionaires. There is no reason for that country to look the way it is, to be going down the way it is. And it's only because they've been standing up and fighting back against all the powers of colonialism since the 1700s. So, this is the reason why they want control of Haiti. They want all the resources. So, and then another thing he pointed out was this mineral called uranium. And when you look up what uranium is, and that's spelled IRIDIUM, it talks about how it's just so rare. And it is this, Haiti has the second largest reserve in the world. And uranium is worth more than gold. So I'm going to try to, post some of these articles so you guys can see that. Hopefully my screen doesn't freeze up. It seems like every time I try to open up an article, here comes the freeze. But let me see if I'll be able to show you guys one of these articles here, which is just really interesting. That uranium, no, actually I'm saying it wrong. It's called iridium. I was saying uranium. Iridium is what it's called, okay? And it says Haiti has one of the largest iridium reserves in the world. The country is second in iridium reserves after South Africa. It says economics, and let's see what else it talks about. It is 3 times more expensive than gold. Iridium is a very profitable metal. During 2020, the average price per ounce, 12 grams of the metal, was $2,550. As of 2021, then it went up to $6,000 per ounce, and now it's nearly 3 times the price of gold. So very, very interesting there. Okay. And then, the marble, the limestone, and just some of the other things. It just really, for me, just brings things into perspective as far as, what's really going on with Haiti. Why do they always talk so bad about it? Why do they always want to get over there and put somebody in power that they can control? Why can't they just govern themselves and keep all these foreign other countries out of it? So, or if you do want to go over there and help, then why do you need to control and bring in your own military people? So these are just some of the things that we have to ask questions about, and not just go with all of these narratives that they're pushing right now. So, and if you're following me on my Telegram, all of these articles that I'm talking about, I'm going to make sure I have them in there. I already have them saved in one, so I'm going to forward them over to the other file. So if you want to review some of those articles regarding the reserves, regarding the oil, regarding how they took the gold and took it to New York, all of that will be posted in my Telegram. I want to show it right now, but I want to get through this video, and I don't want it to freeze up because my screen is already acting kind of crazy right now. So let's just get through the video, and those articles will be in my Telegram. Okay. So let's get back to this clip. And then we'll be moving into the assassination of the last president, talking about why was he assassinated? What are some of the things that could have caused his assassination, such as him stating he did not want the vaccines. He refused the vaccines that the United States was trying to bring over there. And the next thing you know, he was murdered. So we'll talk a little bit about that. I even have a clip from his wife who kind of talks about the assassination because she survived. So we'll hear a little bit about that as well. And we still have to touch on some of the child trafficking, some of the children that was stolen, the money that was missing. So yeah, we're still kind of just getting started, getting towards we're actually not towards the middle yet, because it's, a few other things that I want to kind of cover today. So hopefully you guys you're clear, you can hear everything. If there are any issues, please type it in the chat so I can know what's going on. And so yeah, let's go ahead and continue with the interview.
2020, or what's this, 2010? Something like about 10 plus to $15 billion was raised. Where did it go? It didn't go to the Haitian people to rebuild their community. Mm-hmm. Who took the money? Clintons running around there like talking about a gang. Now we're talking about the gang.
Come on, teach, Professor.
So the gangs from America, with the gangs from Canada and Israel, and the gang from France, who makes up the core group, and Brazil, who's a part of that gang, should be ashamed of themselves, right? That gang working with the oligarchs, with these French, these half-breed Lebanese and Syrians who really run the financial aspect of Haiti for these core group of nations I just mentioned, while they run one of the biggest of drug trade operation out of Central and South America through Haiti every year, protected by the DEA and protected by the CIA. That's the news you don't get.
Right.
That's the Haiti's going on we don't hear about. You know? Everybody in the world saw that the president, Moïs, was assassinated.
Right.
With the full involvement of the American government and their cohorts. Everybody's pretending it never happened. And they killed him because, yes, he may have been involved in laundering drug money with his banana business and stuff. And they used that over his head when they brought him in to be their lackey as the president. But when he grew into some consciousness and manhood and tried to move from under their control and went to the Soviet Union and went to Venezuela and went to Turkey to try and get diplomatic relationships with them so he'd have other avenues to develop his country, within a month, assassinated.
And Professor, now they're trying to put it on his wife. Did you see that? They're trying to say that she was involved.
Yeah, she might have been. They buy a lot of people up. I don't know what that's really, whether that's up and down, but I know who sent the trigger man in. I know who trained them and who paid for them, and the whole world does. You know. And remember, the first team of hitmen that was caught and captured and put in jail in Haiti, America went down and got them out of jail and flew them out a year or so earlier. You know. So let's keep it straight. You know, let's tell the truth. You know, let's let the world understand what's going on. And then I missed one mineral. What's called iridium. Haiti got the second largest deposit in the world. That's the asteroids. Haiti got mountains of asteroids. It's the most precious metal on planet Earth.
Now, Professor, while you were talking about that, I'm not going to lie. My mind went to Black Panther. Remember the movie Black Panther?
Haiti. That was a spoof on Haiti. You know, it was a spoof on Haiti. And so who's mining all of these minerals? The bauxite, the copper, the calcium, the gold, the marble, the oil, natural gas, the limestone, and the zinc, if the Haitian people are impoverished? Who's getting all of that? Who's making the money off of the coffee, the sugarcane, the rice, the corn, the cocoa, the sorghum? Who's getting all that money? What happened to the $10 billion that was raised? Now, that's 10 we know about that they put in the public space. If they say 10, I say 20 billion, right? What happened to all of the money from the oil reserve that was given to Haiti with that discount from Venezuela? Who stole the money? America's in charge. It's got the biggest embassy in the Western Hemisphere in Haiti.
I just want to take a quick pause right there. And I mean, he asked a really good question there. Who is mining all of the resources? Who is making all of the money? And then he pointed out, while they're talking about the gangs over there, who are the real gangs? The United States is the real gang, okay? They're the real bullies. Israel, you know, and some others that he mentioned. And what happened to the $10 billion? Yeah, after the earthquake, what happened to the money? Because it sure didn't go to the people, and it sure didn't go to building up the area, you know. And then with that iridium, how that is the most precious metal on earth. So again, these are the reasons why they want Haiti and they want to take over, and they don't want to help unless they can control everything, unless they can bring in their own military, and to take away their independence. So there's a reason why, they're calling out certain things and trying to make it say that they're cannibal, they're raping people, they're doing all these things. Just like we heard earlier when they said that during the Haitian Revolution where they were chopping off heads, to get the propaganda going, to get everybody divided, to make you feel that you have something to fear instead of focusing on the freedom behind it. Because I asked this question earlier, what does freedom look like? Will it be free people in the streets? Will it be people speaking out? Will it be people challenging their government? Will it be people, just like they're saying, you guys are putting in your own presidents. You guys are bringing in the puppet prime ministers. Then he talked about the assassination of the last president. And there's also a clip, and I can't remember that guy on Spaces, Dom or somebody like that. He had a clip, and hopefully I know I have it on my Telegram somewhere, because I wanted to play that earlier, because he was trying to insinuate something about the barbecue guy. But what was most important to me, in the first minute of the clip, the guy said out of his own mouth, your elites or your people are working to take us down. They assassinated our president, and they've been doing things, consistently ever since. And him even bringing up the assassination of the president was really relevant to me. So yeah, I saw the clips of him wearing the Freemason sign. I saw the clips of that. So it's like, so that's why I kind of titled this room, is it another Haitian revolution or is it a CIA psyop? Is it just that one guy who's, working with the government? Is he working with the government because he's wearing the symbolism? But then again, why did he talk about the assassination of the president? Because that's one thing, people seem to have forgotten. Why was that president assassinated? Just like Professor Smalls mentioned in this interview, that yeah, he might have been doing his things, extorting money or whatever, but the real thing was, did he speak out against these jabs? Did he speak out against the bioweapons? Because I have evidence that he did. He said he did not want those vaccines. He said he would not do lockdowns. He said all they needed was to pray and that they would use anything natural if they caught, quote unquote, the fake COVID. He refused those jabs, and then he was murdered, just like a few other presidents that were murdered. The president of Tanzania, everybody should be familiar with him when he sit up there and he spoke out as well. He even did a nice little test with the what did he tested? A piece of fruit. He tested a goat, and he tested something else. So it was the president of Tanzania, who is John. His name is, let me just make sure I got this name correct, John Mugali. Then we had the other presidents as well, of Bernardino, the president of Swaziland. So, these are not the only people that spoke out against any of this. So I just wanted to kind of bring that to you guys' attention. And let me just actually touch on this little article real quick, because yeah, I want to make sure. Magufuli, it was his name. So yeah, President Magufuli, that was the president of Tanzania. He also spoke out against it, stated that, yeah, they'll just pray if COVID was real. They would use their own herbal systems. So none of these people were buying it. And then the next thing you know, they were assassinated. And I kind of want to just touch on what was those things he tested, to be a little bit more specific. But I know it was a piece of fruit, a gold, and something else. And then he put human names on it, submitted it, and then it came back that they were positive for COVID. When we know good and well, the PCR test does not validate anything. They can't even prove that a virus exists. You know, check some of my other shows that I really go deep into that. You know, it's all been a psyop. The main thing was to convince people to take the jab. And you know what happened right after they assassinated the president of Haiti? When they put in that puppet prime minister, then they rolled out COVAX. Okay, so the COVAX rolled out, and sorry, that was in the Tanzania. So after Maguful's death, they put in a puppet president. I can't remember her name, but I believe it's a woman. And at that point, then they rolled out the COVAX Global Vaccine Program. So, yeah, very, very interesting there. But let's go ahead and I believe there are a few more minutes in this video, and then we're going to start talking a little bit about the assassination. I wanted to play a clip from his wife because, yeah, they went from arresting some Colombians to some other officials in Haiti to stating that now the wife is behind it, to now that it was some undercover CIA person that they arrested as well. So, you know, a lot of arrests going on, but still no real focus on who had the money, who financed it. They letting all the pawns, you know, get arrested, but who had the money to finance all of this? Who had the money to bring all these people in? Who had the money to give those shooters brand new pickup trucks as they drove around Haiti and committed that assassination? Where did the guns come from? So, yeah, just wanted to point out those few things, but let's go ahead and get back to the interview.
Right? For what? How do you do that? You build your biggest West embassy in your hemisphere, in one of the smallest, most impoverished country in the hemisphere. What's that all about? Is that controlling the strait, the body of water between Cuba and Haiti, where most of the world's shipping go through to get to the Pacific? Is that putting yourself in position so you can control Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and any other state that try to get out from under your Monroe Doctrine imperialist control? That's what we're really talking about. And Haiti's at the center, it's the epicenter of their controlling of the Caribbean.
Teach.
And forget about the current day CARICOM, because they're acting more like collaborators for neocolonial colonialism than anyone I've seen lately in this hemisphere. Sister Motley notwithstanding, you play another hand and look at you all about Pan-Africanism and you all about reparations, and then you're coming in to almost guarantee American hegemony over Haiti. So people, wake up. Brother Small is not lying. If I make any mistake, it's out of ignorance, because I come to tell you the cold truth, nothing but the truth. And Malcolm said, know the truth. It's truth that will set you free. Truth alone that will set you free.
Professor James Small, I noticed that when you speak of Haiti, you say we. You know, you constantly say we.
Yeah, because that's our family.
Come on.
I don't care what our accent or location difference might be.
That's right.
It has nothing to do with nothing.
Teach.
I am more living on the Eastern Seaboard, ethnically and culturally akin to Haiti, than I am with the brothers and sisters living in Utah and California here in the United States. We are more culturally diverse in regards to them than I am with the brothers and sisters from Haiti. You understand? Because we think of America like we all one. That ain't never happened.
Teach.
We were a culturally diverse African community scattered over a big piece of geometry. Most of us don't know one another, have never been involved in any significant way except under three experiences. The experience of four. The experience of Booker T. Washington historically, Marcus Garvey, the Nation of Islam, and Dr. Martin Luther King, and of course Malcolm X. Those 4 or 5 elements of movement stirring
following the
the only thing that
assassination
ever touched most of us in our diverse ethnocentric cultural differences here on the continental United States. So I have more in common with brothers and sisters from Haiti than I have with most blacks in the United States. And you too, living on the Eastern Seaboard especially. My first teacher of voodoo, because I studied voodoo for many years. I won't be talking about that much because people might get scared because they don't get it. So Brother Small gonna zap me. Well, I zap you with my mind, but voodoo make up my mind. That's a part of my mind. That's what helped to construct me. And my teacher was Rudolph Maryland. And I'm talking
one of the lowest death rates from COVID-19 in the world.
Going back into the 70s, right? You a little girl trying to tie your shoes.
Right. Bear with me, guys.
I wasn't born.
Yeah, that's what I was looking like. Wait a minute, she wasn't in the 70s.
I wasn't born. I'm 81, Professor. Look, I wasn't born. I was parts. I was parts, you know, my mom and my father.
We were waiting for you to come.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Maryland and his organization, God bless his soul now, because I know by now he's back with the ancestors. It's just the Maori, when the CIA seized their first boats and weapons in Miami, you know, that was like 73, and again in 75. And then I studied with the Shrine of the Zantrai, you know, and Brooklyn for some time with Alexandre Samedi, and I'm attached to Hinge. It's a big town city in the plateau. I have a pretty good connection with Haiti that I don't always expose all of. And that's just my physical and spiritual contact, but just the universal, cultural, racial contact, that's a chain that can't be broken. And we should never say Haiti without thinking we, us.
All right, bear with me, guys. Let me come back on up. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of multitasking, so I can see why my screen is freezing up. Sounds like every time I open up one of these New York documents. But yeah, so let me just take a quick pause from there and kind of go back over some of the things that were talked about. And again, we're getting ready to move into really looking into the assassination of the Haitian president, talk a little bit about why he was possibly assassinated, and then hear from his wife before we get into, you know, some of the child trafficking, Laura Silsby, and some of the Clinton connections and things of that nature. So yeah, just bear with me, guys. And I just want to touch on again, there's an article that talks about how Haiti was awaiting 130,000 doses and 756,000 doses back in May. This was, of course, before the president was assassinated, and the Haitian government refused the shipment. And then you're going to hear, I'm going to play a clip where the president of Haiti at that time, before he was assassinated, how he talks about, you know, that they don't even have any cases, while, you know, all over the world, they had us thinking that, oh, people are just dropping dead and this is happening, you know, but none of that was even really going on. So we're going to hear from that clip as well. So, but let me get back and finish this up. I think we only have a few more minutes of this clip, and then we're going to keep moving forward. So hopefully it's back playing.
Us.
Okay.
Not say Haiti and thinking them.
That's right. That's right, Professor.
And so we're at war. And that's one of our big theaters of war right now. They've been practicing genocide in the harshest way on our people there. And they're trying to increase that because all that wealth I just told you about, they don't want to let go of. And all that strategic location in their geopolitical seemingly needs, they don't want to let Haiti go. They don't have the humanity or the intelligence to sit down at a table and says, let one hand feed the other. We can work like nation states together and be equitable about our trade arrangements. But no, they come as thieves, not in the night even. They come as thieves in the day, kicking your door in. And so that's what we're up against, you know. And they put people in the presidency. You know, the Clintons put Martelly, or whatever his name, in the presidency. Obama overthrew Aristide and ushered him out of the country in the middle of the night and dropped him in the Central African Republic with his comrades. Okay, this is our government, and these were the people who were presidents of the United States. So, and this man, this Ariel Henry, who he's been a puppet for them for over 20 years. He wasn't new. And he was supposed to be the prime minister of what? Over 7,000 elected offices in Haiti was vacant. So who was he? What government was he running? There was nobody in the government but him and his lackeys. The judiciary had been destroyed. There was no judiciary in the country. And if anybody should have taken over, the little I do understand about Haitian law, after the president was murdered, was the head of the Supreme Court, not him. So people study history, get rid of the white man's mystery, and you begin to know what side to stand on. And put pressure on the Black caucus. Call the Negro caucus. Call the Colored caucus. And tell these little doughboys, right, who's doing the jigaboo in Washington, you know, pretending they represent us, to speak out on Haiti and in Haiti's behalf.
Absolutely.
They're not worth being called jigaboos. I have not heard one thing from the blacks in Congress on Haiti. I heard they got some little secret meetings going here, little secret meeting going here, and they got the Montana group going here, and another civil society, Negroes and white folks going here, that they're going to plan a government for Haiti. Who the hell are you to plan a government for the people of Haiti?
Come on, Baba.
So that's what we're dealing with. So call these Negroes, send them some emails, send them some texts.
Call these Negroes.
You know, the three little sisters in the Midwest who happen to be Muslims have stood up with more tenacity than the whole of the Black caucus representing Black America in Congress. And we call them political leaders.
All right, so I'm gonna, pretty much stop right there. He pretty much said most of the information that I wanted to present today as it relates to, some of the wealth, some of the resources, calling out who the real gangs are in this fight that we're all in. It's not just in Haiti, but here in our own country as well. We know who's trying to bully us. We know who's trying to genocide. If these jabs are not genocide, I don't know what is. And actually, the correct term is democide. So, just like they can do it to all these other countries and other places around the world, they are doing it to us in our own country. So it's important to speak out, stand for truth, stand for freedom, and always question everything. So I hopefully, some of that information made sense to you guys. It, shed a little bit more light into, what's going on. As we continue to move this conversation forward, I do want to get into, talk a little bit about the assassination that happened. Why was he possibly assassinated? hear from, some of his wife's interview. And, do you think she really had anything? I personally don't think she does. But, just sometimes when you hear people talk, maybe you can sense certain things. But it's just so much surrounding just that assassination in itself. And I really want to find that clip with the barbecue guy. Hopefully I can go through that while I play this next clip. But yeah, guys, this is where we are. Welcome to the room. Is this another Haitian revolution or a CIA psyop? Or is it a combination of both? We have infiltrators in everything. There's always a Judas somewhere, but that doesn't take away from the fight of everyone else. It doesn't take away from the fight of the people. We have our own controlled opposition. We have our own people selling things, doing things that are unethical, but it doesn't take away from the people who do stand for truth, the people who do want freedom. And that's what's important to remember. And that's the reason why I wanted to share some of this information so that you know who to fight for, so you know what to believe and what not to believe when they push certain things in the media. And now, since most of us don't even watch mainstream media, as they push it through these apps, through these social media spaces that we're all on now, so that we can recognize the truth when it presents itself. So yeah, guys, so I just want to just touch on that, and I'm getting ready to move forward again. And now I want to play this clip about the assassination of Jovenel Moïs, and I'm sure I'm saying his name wrong, but so forgive me. But talk a little bit about the assassination, hear a little bit about what happened, during the assassination, hear from his wife, then look at some of the things that he spoke out against before he was assassinated, which was these jabs. He spoke out against these vaccines and refused to allow them in Haiti. And they haven't had a new president since. They only had the puppet prime minister that Professor Smalls just talked about, the one who just resigned after all the quote unquote gangs have now taken over Haiti, because they recognize that they do not want the United States help. They do not want them to come in with their soldiers so they can continue to steal, plunder, and control the people. So let's go ahead and listen to a little bit about this assassination, and then we're going to continue this conversation.
Time of numerous crises. A former businessman who wanted to lift people out of poverty in the poorest country in the Americas.
Political stability is the first public resource. In no country on earth is it possible to talk about development unless there is political stability, unless there is social peace.
But his years in office were challenging, and he faced allegations of money laundering and corruption. Moïs became president of Haiti in 2017 after being chosen by the former leader Michel Martelly to become his successor of the center-right Haitian Tête Calais party. 2015's election was the first to declare him winner, but the vote was overturned after allegations of fraud and violent street protests. The rerun was then delayed by Hurricane Matthew, which caused widespread destruction in the south. But when it was finally held in 2018, it sparked disagreements about when Moïs's term would end. After legislative elections were delayed that year, Moïse stayed on to rule by decree without a parliament. He tried to reassure Haitians even as things deteriorated around him.
Violence does not work with development and democracy. We have to cut bridges with these old practices that are putting the country behind.
Despite his calls for calm, the protests against him and his government got worse. He was accused of inaction in the face of increasing violence, a surge in kidnappings for ransom, and the growth of armed gangs. In March, he declared some forms of protest as acts of terrorism. Days before his assassination, Moïse announced a new prime minister to tackle criminal violence, what would have been his 7th in 4 years. Not long after, a group of individuals broke into his home in the capital Port-au-Prince and shot him dead. Jovenel Moïs was 53 years old.
Well, let's cross live now to Andy Gallagher. He joins us from Miami. Andy, what more do we know about this assassination this hour?
Well, there are calls coming from around the world from international leaders calling for calm in Haiti and showing their support for the people of Haiti. But essentially what we have here is a situation where a group of armed men broke into the president's private house on the outskirts of Port-au-Prince, shot and killed Jovenel Moïse and injured his wife, the First Lady, who is now in hospital recovering. There are some reports suggesting these men were speaking Spanish and dressed as DEA agents who are from the US. That is clearly not a DEA operation. But the question now is, how does Haiti cope with all this? Because already the Dominican Republic has reportedly closed the border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic over concerns of security. And this is, of course, a nation that is fragile at best, at the best of times. What we have here is an argument over the Constitution. Constitutionalists in Haiti saying that Jovenel Moïse should have stepped down about a year ago. He's been ruling by decree. Elections haven't been held in some time. When they are held, there are often allegations of fraud and corruption. So the question now is for the people of Haiti, 60% of whom survive on less than $2 a day, what will happen next? Because situations in Haiti, as I've seen many times in the past, can spiral very, very quickly. Indeed, I think most people will not be overly concerned that their president is dead, but more concerned about what this will mean to them and the security of their nation. So this is an extremely volatile situation, one that could really easily go sideways, if you like. The Deputy Prime Minister saying that the police are in control of the country, but that is just the voice of one official. The reality in a country like Haiti is things could turn violent and very dangerous very quickly. We've already had gangs on the streets over the past year, critics saying those gangs were working for Jovenel Moïse. That has not been confirmed, but certainly I think there's a great deal of concern across the world about the situation in Haiti now that President Jovenel Moïse has been assassinated.
And it must be I imagine there must be a great deal of concern where you are in Miami, because there is quite a large Haitian community there.
Yeah, there's about 300,000 Haitians call South Florida home. There's a large community here. I would imagine many of the people living here have family back home in Haiti. So I think there will be deep concerns, again, not over the assassination, but over the safety of people in Haiti, because this is a situation, as we've seen before. Remember, democracy in Haiti is only about 35 years old. We had the Duvaliers, Papa Doc and Baby Doc ruling for years. They had the Tonton Macoute, the secret police that killed tens of thousands of people. So in essence, the democracy has been growing there, has been maturing, but it's still very fragile. So I think the security situation, certainly for people living here in little Haiti in Miami, they will be extremely concerned about what's happening with their family members back in Haiti. And remember, the United Nations had a large force there up until 2017. They have now largely pulled out of Haiti, leaving the nation exposed, if you like. But that was a popular move at the time. Certainly when I was there, people wanted those troops gone. There were talk about forming their own Haitian army. That there hasn't been one for decades. So it is really a delicate, precarious situation for Haitians who are already living in, if not the poorest country in the world, certainly the poorest other than sub-Saharan Africa. So a very delicate, very fragile and potentially very dangerous situation.
Okay, Andy Gallagher there bringing us the very latest from Miami. Andy, thank you very much indeed. Let's stay with this. We can speak now with Kim Ives, journalist and editor with the newspaper Haïti Liberté. He joins us live by Skype from New York. It's good to have you with us. We were hearing from our correspondent about what a fragile situation Haiti is already in. What impact do you think the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse is going to have on the country?
Well, all hell is going to break loose. I think right now the opposition has been pressing to make a transitional government, which I think the head of the UN office there, Helen Lalim, who is a longtime career State Department officer, has been somewhat sympathetic to and on the fence from what my sources tell me. So I think now that Jovenel is gone and there's no clear successor, he just announced a new prime minister on Monday, Dr. Ariel Henry, who theoretically I would have thought would have been the one speaking, but instead it's the former interim prime minister, Claude Joseph, the former foreign minister that he was until his predecessor, Jout, resigned in April. So the circle around Jovenel was growing smaller and smaller. So I imagine now the U.S., which holds a predominant weight in Haiti, will try to bring about some kind of transitional government. The streets, though, are going to be very hot. There are armed neighborhood organizations formed in an organization called the Revolutionary Forces of the G9 Family and Allies, which have called for a revolution against the system in Haiti. And by that, they mean the entire system, including all the power that the bourgeoisie of Haiti wields. And they want to see a change in the life of the Haitian people, who live, for the most part, in dire poverty and misery.
Well, talk to us about that. We understand the situation in Haiti, very hot, as you say. Talk to us about these armed gangs, because our understanding is it was an armed group that assassinated the president. We don't know at this stage who they are. But you have written on the gangs in Haiti. Just give our international viewers a bit of context here. I mean, how big an issue are these armed gangs? I mean, who is actually in charge of the country as it stands?
Right. Well, what we do know is that the gangs and the killing of Jovenel appear not to be connected. It was apparently foreigners, very well funded. They had 9 new Nissan Patrol pickup trucks. They knew the layout of the president's house. They had inside information clearly. So this was a well-funded operation, probably backed by some country or a very large mafia of some sort. Now, the situation of the gangs, as they're called in Haiti, this has become sort of a grab bag, because there are different forms of organization in Haiti's booming lumpen proletariat, which Haiti 50 years ago was a largely agricultural society, but through neoliberal reforms, which drove peasants off the land and into the cities, Port-au-Prince has swelled from 500,000 to over 3 million people. And most of these people live in vast shanty towns. They have no employment, and they are trying to eke out a living. And in this context, the authority of the state has diminished, and local leaders have emerged. And some of them have turned to kidnapping and various other crime, but primarily kidnapping, to not only keep their neighborhood afloat, but, give some of their neighbors and so forth money for a wedding or a funeral or what have you.
Okay.
Against them.
So I'm sorry, you're outlining the situation, which sounds incredibly delicate in Haiti, particularly for the people who live there. But I want to turn to something that you said earlier in that answer. You said that this was a well-funded group with their pickup trucks and so on, possibly financed by an external agent, a foreign country. Who might that be? I mean, given the state of Haiti right now, it has challenges economically, challenges politically. What benefit would there be for another country to overthrow the leadership?
Very hard to know. It may have been from within the Haitian bourgeoisie, some of whose members are very wealthy and possibly could have bankrolled an operation of this size and sophistication.
But why would they want to get rid of the president, I guess is my question.
Well, Jovenel Moïse was at odds with many parts of the bourgeoisie, with members of the bourgeoisie who had sweetheart deals in some cases which he was trying to cut back on. We have to remember that Haiti had a thing called the Petro-Caribe Fund, money from the sale of Venezuelan oil, cheap Venezuelan oil from 2008 to 2018. That was cut off due to Trump's sanctions, President Donald Trump's sanctions against Venezuela. Venezuela could no longer provide the oil, and suddenly the money stopped for Haiti. So Jovenel had to go to members of this bourgeoisie who previously had supported him and say, listen, guys, you got to cut me some slack and give me back some of the money and deals that I'd given you before, and his predecessor had given as well, Michel Martelly. And these guys in the bourgeoisie got very, very mad, and they said, no way. And they were, in many ways, funding the opposition. So it became, and really commanded the central organizations of the opposition. And so there was a war between Jovenel Moïse and some members of the Haitian bourgeoisie.
Okay, Kim Ives, I'm afraid we're out of time, but great to get your perspective. Thank you so much for joining us by Skype from New York. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, guys, so that was just a quick, background talking about the assassination. One thing that I feel was definitely very relevant that he talked about, which was very, very relevant that he brought up. And that was, let me make sure here, that it wasn't the gangs, because she asked, well, who would want him? Who would murder him? Like, what? Who did it? And she said, was it the gangs? And he said, no, it wasn't the gangs, but it was definitely well funded. It was a well-funded operation backed by possibly some country. Okay, so when you think about that, and then keep that in mind as we get to move back into this COVID conversation as it relates to the assassination of that president, because again, it wasn't the gangs. The gangs don't have access to these guns. These guns are being brought in by somebody with money. They knew the layout. They drove around in 9 brand new trucks, riding around right before all of this happened. Okay, so these are just some things that I want you guys to think about as we move through this conversation. So I want to go through this article real quick and provide a little bit more detail regarding the assassination before we get into the COVID part. And I also have a clip where we'll listen to a little bit about his wife describe the incident. Or I might just, talk through it. I don't know. But yeah, I guess it's important for you guys you might want to hear, how she describes it. But let me just read this article real quick. And it states that it talks about Moïse, 53, was shot dead inside of his home in the hills of Port-au-Prince on July 7th. And it's just so funny how that video I just played is a few years old. So still today, the United States is trying to transition and bring in their own people to control Haiti. Just like he said in this interview years ago. And just like they said in this interview, that's when all these gangs started coming all about after he was assassinated. Okay, but the president was shot 12 times and had bullet wounds to his forehead and several to his torso. His left eye had been gouged out, bones in his arm and his ankle had been broken. He died at the scene and was found lying on the floor on his back, his shirt soaked in blood. The First Lady, Martine Moïse, she was also shot and survived. And I will be playing a clip from her where she describes the incident herself in pretty much her own words, And one thing that stood out is that she said that it seemed like they were looking for something. And once they found it, they still wanted to murder him. She said she definitely knew he wasn't meant to be left alive, and how they shot him with an automatic weapon close range. So, you know, if you have like an AK-47 or something like that, you're normally like shooting across, you know, the room, the ground or something like that. But she specifically said how, you know, they were pretty much standing next to each other, or he was on the ground, the person was right above them and just shot him multiple times. So, you know, they wanted to make sure he was not alive. Then in this article, it says, who shot him? Haitian police allege a group of mainly foreign mercenaries, 26 Colombians and 2 Haitian Americans made up the group that carried out the killing. And I don't know if you guys remember when this happened, they showed all these Colombians sitting on the floor, like up against a wall. And I think I might have that clip, but they showed them all on the floor. They showed all the weapons, and all of these weapons were brand new. Okay, brand new. So, which is interesting. And then when you think about how they knew the layout, they knew their way around. So maybe that's why, you know, it had to be some Haitian involved in that, as well as you know, these Colombians. But what type of Haitians? You know, according to this, some of these were people who actually worked for the DEA. Okay. It says the 2 alleged, wait a minute, let me back up a little bit. Says an investigative judge said the 2 Haitian Americans had told interrogators they had been hired as interpreters on the internet. The 2 alleged that they did not know there was a plan afoot to kill the president, but believed they were to act as interpreters when he was arrested. Haiti's officials' language are Creole and French, while the Colombian suspects speaks Spanish. One of the Haitian Americans said he had been given what he believed was an arrest warrant for the president. Most of the Colombian detainees have been identified as former soldiers, including a lieutenant colonel. Family members told Colombian media the suspects had told them that they had been hired to provide a security in Haiti. After retiring from the army, many Colombian soldiers go to work for security firms abroad, mainly in the United Arab Emirates, where they are valued for their training and experience in fighting armed groups. At the end of January 2023, dual Haitian American citizens James Solage and Joseph Vincent, as well as Colombian citizen Alejandro Rivera Garcia, were charged by the U.S. Justice Department with conspiracy in connection to the murder. Another Haitian American, Dr. Christian Emmanuel Cezanne, was charged with smuggling. Then if you jump down, it says, who hired the Colombians? Haitian Police Chief Leon Charles said Dr. Sanin, who was arrested after the assassination, was a key suspect. According to Dr. Sanin, he hired 26 of the 28-strong hit squad through a Miami-based company called C2U, run by Venezuelan national Tony Intriago. Dr. Sanin, he added, was the first person that one of the Colombian suspects had called when the police surrounded them. Dr. Sanin, a 63-year-old doctor who lived in Florida, arrived in Haiti on private jet early June with political motives. Mr. Charles said, adding that police had found weapons, ammunition, and a drug enforcement administration cap in his possession. So a DEA hat, as long as some vests and things of that nature. Also, another prime suspect was Mr. Charles, which was former Haitian Senator John Joel Joseph, who alleged supplied the weapons and planned the meetings. He was arrested in January in Jamaica. And still on the run is Joseph Felix Badillo, who is a former official in the Justice Ministry of Anti-Corruption Unit and is seen as a key suspect. All right, so yeah. And it also just talks on how did they gain access. Is thought to be a security guard who appears to have been forced to lie face down in the street, while another man heard shouting in English over a loudspeaker, DEA, drug enforcement operation, everybody stay down. So that is a little bit more background regarding the assassination. And I thought I had like a quick clip just to kind of show how they were. Yeah, let me show you guys this next clip to kind of show you how they were kind of moving around. What that looks like, and we'll hear from the wife. And again, guys, thank everybody for coming on in today. We are talking about, is this another Haitian revolution or a CIA PSYOP? I had to go back a little bit to bring us up, and we will move this conversation to where we are now. But it's important to really understand all the different pieces that leads us to where we are now as it relates to truth and freedom. So gonna play this quick, it's only like a 30-second clip kind of showing a little bit about that night, and then we will move to the to hear from his wife. So let me just get that revved up. All right.
Tonight, following the assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moïs, police have made more arrests. Haiti's police chief, Leon Charles, announced 4 more formal arrests. At least 3 of them are police officers. Authorities also said they had detained and isolated, but not formally arrested, several high-ranking police officials as they tried to determine why the attackers were able to reach the president without any of his guards being injured.
All right. Well, hopefully that kind of went by pretty quick there, but hopefully you were able to see a little bit of what they showed with the gunmen out there. Let me see here. All right. So just give me a second, guys, as we take a quick pause. And I'm going to give you guys a little bit of music as I'm trying to make sure I find this clip from the wife. So give me a second. A couple more minutes, guys. We'll be getting back to it in a second. All right, I am back, guys. I hope you can hear me. Somebody say something in the chat if you're still there and you can hear what's going on here. We kind of lost signal there, but is anybody still out there listening? Am I still streaming into Twitter Spaces right now? Somebody let me know. Anybody? Anybody there? Okay. If you guys are still with me, just take a quick 5-minute break, a quick little pause for the calls, get yourself something to drink while I get this interview found, because I'm really trying to find the interview from the wife. So give me a second, guys. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. All right, I think I got it here. Put this in Telegram and send it to myself. And we will be right back, guys, in about another 5 minutes. So get yourself ready to part 2. We're going to continue this conversation. Well, this presentation is not so much a conversation, but we're going to move forward with this presentation. Get everything set up. Get yourself something to drink. Getting started. Yeah. Let me just get my screen to share for you. All right, guys, we'll be coming back in and let me just, matter of fact, let me give myself something to drink and we're going to keep going. So yeah, guys, we're going to keep it going. Stay with me, give me like 2 minutes, and then we're going to hear from the wife. Hear a little bit about what happened that night of the assassination. Then we're going to get into, and then we're going to get into some of the reasons why he was assassinated. So we're going to hear from himself how he describes what they were doing in Haiti regarding COVID, the jab, and things of that nature. And then we're going to move forward and get into the child trafficking, talk a little bit about this Laura Silsby and what she's done and how she contributed to some of the things. So yeah, we still got a lot in store, guys. Bear with me. Taking a little quick break, and then we will be right back in about 2 minutes. And actually, maybe I can play this little song here that I absolutely love by Jimmy Levy. So let me see if I can get that pulled up. Yes, I love this. This song is called Let the Lion Roar. Okay. So we'll listen to that. By the time this song ends, then we'll be listening to the president's wife and hear her talk about the assassination that night. And then we're going to keep moving the conversation forward, guys. Okay.
De justiça eternamente haverá ele voltará para governar as nações em amor e o leão e que a terra estremeça diante da majestade de Jesus. Que o leão e que a terra estremeça diante da majestade de Jesus. Sobre o trono de justiça, eternamente haverá rei. Ele voltará para governar as nações em amor. Que o leão e que a terra estremeça diante da majestade de Jesus. Que o leão e que a terra estremeça diante da majestade de Jesus. Que o leão e que a terra estremeça diante da majestade de Jesus. Que o leão e que a terra estremeça diante da majestade de Jesus.
We'll be right back, guys, in about 2 minutes.
Assassinate de Davi, o homem mais notável. Ele ama a justiça, odeia iniquidade. O descendente de Davi, o homem mais notável. Ele ama a justiça, odeia iniquidade. O descendente de Davi, o homem mais notável, ele ama a justiça, odeia iniquidade. O descendente de Davi, o homem mais.
All right, guys, we're coming back. Getting ready to go ahead and get into the second portion of today's presentation. We're now getting ready to hear from the wife the president that was assassinated of Haiti, Jovenel Moïse. So we're going to hear a little bit about from her what happened that night. Then we're going to move the conversation forward into some reasons why he was assassinated, talking about the vaccines and COVID, touching on a little bit of some others that were also assassinated that did not want to take the jab or have the jab upon their people. So I want to bring that up. And then we're going to move forward into some of the child trafficking, some things as it relates to the Clinton Foundation, Laura Silsby, and then we'll, start winding down with what's going on with this barbecue guy. So yeah, guys, we got a full impact show. If you're just listening, great. Feel free to kick back and just listen. If you do want to join in on the conversation, you can click the link on my profile, and that will bring you into the live stream. Other than that, if you have any questions, feel free to drop it in the chat. I can see the chat options, or yeah. And then let's go ahead and keep it going. So let me jump back over to the video we're getting ready to play. And let's listen to the First Lady of Haiti, Martine Moïse, as she sits down for an interview and goes over the assassination.
My heart will always have a hole, something missing, something that they took from me, July 7th.
His life cut short. Haitian President Jovenel Moïse assassinated on a July night.
I was shot, he was dead. In my head, everybody died. I was the only one that survived, and I asked myself, why?
Madam. Just months after losing her husband, we sit down with Haiti's First Lady.
I know this is not easy for you to talk about.
As she recounts that terrifying night.
Who do you think may be responsible?
Her recovery.
The bullet get rid of the elbow.
The future.
Do you feel like your life is still at risk?
And the future of her beloved country.
I won't let the vision and the mission of my husband die.
Yeah.
I won't.
In our exclusive interview.
Hello everyone, I'm Calvin Hughes. The small island nation of Haiti has seen its share of political setbacks and natural disasters. Who could forget the quake devastation of 2010? And then another on August 14th. But the aftershocks of July 7th, the assassination of Haiti's one-term president Jovenel Moïse, will be felt for generations to come. Few saw it coming, and most still find it hard to believe, including his own wife, Martine.
It was a late August morning, with a security team by her side. The First Lady agreed to meet at an undisclosed location in South Florida.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
It had been more than a month since men armed with military-style rifles burst through their bedroom door, shooting her and killing her husband.
The bullet that I received, I lost the elbow, so that doesn't exist anymore.
Martine Moïse describing her injuries from gunshots that were meant to take her life.
Here also is broken. So the nerve, they couldn't put them together.
Haiti's First Lady has had 4 surgeries to repair the wounds to her body.
How many times were you shot?
2, 4, 6, I think 7 or 8.
2 bullets breaking her ribs and nerve tissue taken from her right leg and placed into her right arm so that she's able to have use of her hand and fingers.
Can you wiggle your fingers at all?
Yes, I can. I can now, but I couldn't before. I will get rid of that.
Oh, you'll get rid of it.
But the end will never be straight.
Yes.
It always be like that. There's always be a curve.
It seems a miraculous recovery from the July afternoon when Martine Moïse was placed on an emergency flight to Jackson Memorial Hospital. Most people who are watching, who will watch this, couldn't imagine the pain that you endured, not only that night, the physical pain that you endured, but also the emotional pain that comes along with that.
I passed a whole week, without sleeping, without eating, only drinking water.
It would be a nurse who inspired her to finally eat.
And while I'm eating, I said, what, if he was alive, what he would wanted me to do right now? To keep falling down that hole, or to start getting better? And I realized he always wants me to be happy. And I think that my healing process is him.
She found strength in their memories together, but it would be their children who made her fight.
I was dying. I was dying after the week. I feel like dying because that's what I wanted, to die. And when I look in their eyes too, and I saw them dying with me, and I didn't want that.
Do you feel like your life is still at risk right now?
It will always be.
Will always be?
Yes. Always. But that won't
Why?
stop me.
Why do you say that?
Because I think that I wasn't supposed to be alive that night. If I am survive, so I still at risk. That's what I think. Put myself together and get a plan.
Moïs is living a life far different than the one she had imagined, with her husband of a quarter century. How much do you miss him?
A lot. A lot. A lot. Because he's the type of person that spoiled you over time. And that is what I miss the most, the small things.
On January 4th, they celebrated 25 years together.
That is the hardest part when I see it. When I take the year, then I take January to July, and January we were having fun. It was the 25th anniversary. June 26th was his birthday. And some days after, 7th of July, he was about to die. No.
Madam First Lady, I have known the both of you for years, and you were always, I have never gone to Haiti, I've never talked to him, and you were not by his side. You were always by his side.
We were always there. We were always together. I mean, since we met, we got married. Even though he had to go to work, we always hold hands when we were working. And always talk about something. There's always a joke. He loves saying joke. There's always a joke that he has to say. So that's what I miss sometimes.
But your heart is broken. You are...
Always be. Always. There's nothing that can be done to repair that heart. But even though the heart is broken, the mind is still strong.
At any point did you think that this would ever happen?
I would never thought that they could go so far.
The terrifying night that took his life and nearly took hers.
That's what I lost July 7th.
And her push for justice. Who do you think may be responsible? When our exclusive interview with Haiti's First Lady continues. Jovenel Moïs was in the final months of his presidential term, traveling in the northern part of the country where he's from and where he remains most popular. In May, Moïs invited me to travel with his presidential motorcade as he stopped in village after village, proudly showing off the projects he had started and hoped to finish.
Jovenel Moïse, pas candidat dans l'élection cap venu.
In our last interview, Moïse said that he had spent the last 4 years building a better future for Haiti. Changing the Constitution, adding electricity, and ending corruption are the 3 things I will be leaving behind in my legacy, he says. Barely 2 months later, it was just after midnight on July 7th, when Martine Moïse says she began to hear the sound of gunfire.
They was kind of far away, but they were approaching. They became closer and closer and closer. It was the first round of gunshot wake us up.
And then what? Did you think they were attacking? Obviously, they were clearly attacking your residence.
Yes, they were, but I couldn't think about that. For me, it wasn't possible. No one could do that. So a president in power. Until it died, I didn't realize that it died after he died. Because for me, help was coming. Because there's a bunch of security on the house with us, so we cannot be under attack.
Moïse says she remembers for 30 to 40 minutes, gunshots piercing the outside of their private residence, shattering windows. With her own safety in jeopardy, she thought about her 2 children who were in the house.
I went to the kids' room because I know that they were panicking. I didn't want them to come to us. So I went to them. There's a room. In their room, I asked them to go there because in that room there's no window. So I asked them to stay there with the dog, so to keep quiet.
And then you came back to the bedroom where President Moïse was.
Yes. He was laying on the floor because at that time, for real, windows were shattering, concrete was flying, and I asked him, did you find something? Did you find someone? Did you call someone? He said, yes, I called security. They are on their way.
You felt safe at that point? You felt like you were...
Because the people that he said that he called, I know they are coming. Because I know those people are loyal. That's what I thought at that time.
Moïse says the president called at least 2 top security officials.
He told me that he called Dimitri Herrera and Jean Laguerre Civil. Those people, he called them. They were part of the security team, and he said that they are coming.
Dimitri Herrard and Jean Laguerre Civil never arrived and are now behind bars, accused of being a part of the assassination plot. So with no one stopping the assassins, they were inside the house, unprotected, and the bedroom door unlocked.
So they just opened the door.
Within minutes, Haiti's first family was living its worst fear. But it's a danger Jovenel and Martine Moïse had faced at least a few times before, assassination attempts on his life. Were you aware of those assassination attempts?
Yeah, I know. And sometimes on the road, once on the road, they try to shut the cars.
The motorcade?
Yes. They shoot them. I don't know if there's people that died that day. I didn't ask, but I know that he's been attacking on the road. He's been being attacked on the road.
This time, the assassins would successfully carry out their plot, first by shooting Martine, and then holding the president at gunpoint. Do you know how many men were standing over him at all?
I do not know. They were probably from the steps 12, 15, from the steps that I hear, but you know, what I heard also, I was pretty far from life because I was shot. I was losing blood. Blood was coming from my arms, my mouth, so it was kind of blurry for me.
Some of the assassins began frantically searching the bedroom for a document.
I don't know what it is. I keep asking and asking and asking. Nobody knows. Nobody knows, but they were saying, this is not it, this is not it. That's it. And that's what I think they were searching for. I don't know what it is.
She says after the gunmen found what they were looking for, it should have been mission accomplished.
It was a big case. They came for two things: to fight what they were searching for and to kill the president.
There's no doubt in your mind.
No.
There are rumors that President Jovenel Moïs was tortured. True or not true?
The person that killed him was there's right next to him, and he shot him from head to toe. So it was gun that's supposed to be used on long shot.
Yes.
That was very close. So they didn't talk to him at all. They didn't tell anything to him.
So after the men left, you were able to pull yourself up.
It wasn't easy. So I have to take my left hand and took my right hand and try to screw. At that time, in my head, the president was still alive. So I had to go closer to him because it was slippery too. I cannot walk. So I slip and I go, and it's when I see one of the eyes pop, and I said, no, it's not alive anymore. Because in my head, I was say, okay, let's go to the hospital. I'm still alive and you too. Let's go. We can survive this. But a piece of me went because it wasn't only the president. It was my husband. It was my friend. He was the part that I have missing on me, and I was the part that he has missing. So together, we had the whole thing. That's what I lost him, July 7th. That is that part of me that I lost. And I have to be the whole without that part.
Just ahead, you are saying he could not be the mastermind.
No.
No way. Who killed President Moïse?
There's someone else higher that we don't know yet.
The connections to South Florida. Do you want revenge? What do you think your husband's legacy is? When Haiti's First Lady, the exclusive interview, returns. Just a day after the assassination came the arrests. More than 24 Colombian nationals would end up behind bars, with 3 Haitian Americans, among them Joseph Vincent and James Solage of Fort Lauderdale.
But I want to tell them something.
The mastermind, according to investigators, 63-year-old Christian Emmanuel Sanon. The Florida doctor allegedly used a Doral-based security firm to recruit some of the accused gunmen. The name Sanon. Did you know him prior to him? No.
No. Before that event, I never heard the name of Sanon before.
Is this a laughable name for you as the person who was the mastermind behind all of this?
No. It can be. It can
One
be
of the lowest death rates. You were saying he could not be the mastermind?
No.
No way.
It's just part of the game.
He's part of the game.
Yeah. It can be. There's someone else higher that we don't know yet.
On September 14th, a Haitian prosecutor asked a judge to charge Prime Minister Ariel Henry and the president's death and bar him from leaving the country. Prosecutors say calls were made between Henry and suspect Joseph Baggio after 4 a.m. July 7th. Prosecutors saying Baggio was near
a country of
Moïse's
nearly
home
12
at the
million
time.
people in the Caribbean, is on the brink of total state collapse.
He wanted Haiti to be democratic. He wanted to fight corruption to the bone. And, you know, in Haiti, there's a lot of powerful people that are involved in corruption. So he has a lot of enemies.
Anyone you want to name?
You know, there's investigation going, and I don't want to do something that can make the investigation go south. All I want to ask is for justice. And justice, it is to find the people, and they can hold them accountable for what they did to the president in power. Or else, any president in power in the world probably won't feel safe.
Do you want revenge? Are you angry? Are you upset?
No. At first, yes. At first, the first week, I was upset. I was angry. I wanted every one of them that did that to die. But after that, what will I have? Nothing. What I really want is already gone. That won't bring him back.
You know, I like to pay attention to signs, and right now, before you got here, it was Haiti, peaceful, no wind, nothing.
I know what you're thinking.
What do you think it is?
I think it's the same thing. The strength of the wind, it's him that's saying, I'm here with you guys.
What do you think your husband's legacy is? And what do you want it to be?
He was fighting a lot to have structural progress in Haiti. So the other people to come, the other president after him, will build on that. So one day, in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, you will have another country. So I wanted that to continue. I think the real justice for Jovenel is that. For him to rest in peace. For him to say that I give my life for my country, and it's not in vain. Because if he died, and it's one death more, what's the point of him dying?
After the break, devastation strikes Haiti.
That hurt me a lot because I wanted to be there.
The First Lady's efforts to help her home. Plus, the New York Times reported that you wanted a future in politics. What the future holds when our exclusive interview continues. Just 5 weeks after the assassination, Haiti was struck again by tragedy. A 7.2 magnitude earthquake rattled the southern portion of the country, leaving thousands dead and even more injured. The city of Lakai hit hardest. When you woke up and heard about that on a Saturday morning, what thoughts went through your head?
I was devastated because in what we are right now, we couldn't have an earthquake. That hurt me a lot because I wanted to be there. I really wanted to be there. I make plans, but the doctor said no. If you want to get better, you cannot go. You cannot travel right now.
Have you been in contact with people there?
There's a lot of people that contact me to give me things. So where I am, I cannot receive them. So I direct them to the people on the ground for them to distribute water, food, clothes.
As she supports the Haitian people, she hopes they continue to support her. A message she tried to convey when she returned to Haiti for the president's funeral. How did it feel to go back that very first time? Were you nervous? Were you scared?
No, because fear holds you back.
But for the people who were watching, you wanted them to see that maybe the father is not around, but the mother of the country.
He's still here. And I will always be here for them. Always.
An article in the New York Times quoted the First Lady as saying she would one day run for president. When the New York Times article came out, there are so many people who were upset, mainly Haitian Americans who thought, how could you even talk about politics when your husband had just been buried?
I just told her too that I won't let the vision and the mission of my husband die.
Yeah.
I won't.
Many Haitians felt like you lost them in that moment, that
They don't have to let me go because I need them to go on. I will always serve them. because I will always live in my country.
Wow. You're going back home.
I'm going back home when I'm done.
After everything that happened,
After everything that
you're
happened.
going back to Haiti.
How long can I stay in the U.S.? How long? What other place that I have? Home is home. Home may be hell, but it's home.
It's highly unlikely Haiti will have its presidential elections this year, especially after the country's devastating quake and then Tropical Storm Grace. I'm Calvin Hughes. Thank you for watching.
All right, guys. So welcome back. That was a little insight. So you heard from the wife of the president that was assassinated in Haiti. And as she stated, and we previously heard from other people as well, that someone high had to pull this off. Someone who was well funded, who had some money, that because this was something that was well funded and organized when it came to this assassination of this president. It wasn't just these gangs that we're talking about now, that everybody's looking at now, but that someone wanted him out of the way. We looked at someone who talked about how, some Colombians were involved, some Haitians were involved. And another thing that I found interesting is how she even stated as well, or they just said it in this clip, that prime minister, that puppet prime minister that was put in place, how he was involved. So yeah, it's really interesting why he resigned now, why that barbecue guy from that everybody's paying attention to with the Freemason sign, why he talked about the assassination and how that prime minister bet not come back to Haiti or all out civil war would break loose. Could it be because he's aware that that guy was complicit in that assassination? Is it the reason why he stated that was because he's aware that this prime minister is complicit in working with the U.S.? Because even Professor Smalls made the same statement as well, that that prime minister has been a puppet for the U.S. government for over 20 years. So could it be that they got rid of him because he refused those jabs, he refused those vaccinations, and now they wanted to bring in someone, excuse me, who wasn't voted in, but someone who would allow these jabs to come into that country. So yeah, Haiti's Prime Minister Ariel Henry, who resigned, this is the guy who we're talking about. This is the guy who was mentioned in the interview we just heard from the wife of the president. This is the guy that Professor Smalls talked about. And this is also the guy that barbecue guy was relating to, that's supposedly head of that gang. So just wanted to bring that back out. And if you don't believe me, let's hear a little bit more about this from the president of Haiti at that time. Okay. I do have a clip where he's just going to describe, what they were experiencing while they had us all thinking people were just dropping dead left and right, showing all these caskets and body bags, pushing the fear. You're going to hear from him what he was doing for his people and how he wasn't buying it. And he wasn't the only one. The president of Tanzania that I spoke about earlier, John Magufuli, he also was not going with the whole pandemic. He was the president that took a pawpaw, a goat, and a sheep. He assigned human names and ages to them and used the COVID test and submitted it to the laboratory, these samples, and debunked the whole PSYOP, the whole pandemic, stating that how can these samples that are not even human test positive for COVID, which debunked their whole PCR testing. And this was early on, guys. And that was what the president of Tanzania did. And then if you look up, they replaced him with another puppet president. And then after that, next thing you know, they were bringing in Covovax. Okay, so multiple people were assassinated and murdered behind this vaccine. Okay, and it's not a vaccine, it's a bioweapon. Let's be clear on that. It is a bioweapon, but for those that still want to call it that, it is a bioweapon. And also the prime minister of the Ivory Coast was assassinated. He spoke out against the jab. His name was Hamd Bakayoko. The prime minister of Eswatini, Ambrose Dlamini, he spoke out against these jabs and was assassinated. Of course, we just talked about the president of Haiti, Jovenel Moïse. Okay, he was assassinated, and we're getting ready to hear from him how he describes why, Haiti, which everyone calls a shithole country, had the lowest rates of, and we know that the PCR tests are invalid, but let's just go with it. How he's just going to describe how, we don't have anything going on with here. Haiti doesn't even have clean water, but yet they allowed us and convinced us here and all over the world that we needed to take these jabs to be safe and effective. We know today are not safe and effective, and they're pretty much on 9 or 10 boosters at this point. And also, so yeah, I just wanted to just really, touch on that. It's more to the story us to believe on. Okay, it's more to the story of why they want Haitians resources, Haiti's resources, Haiti's resources. There's a reason behind why they won't help or do anything unless they can bring in their own military or police force to govern Haiti, and as well continue to steal their resources. So let's go ahead as we move the conversation forward. We're now talking about what was the agenda, what are some of the possibilities, why they assassinated the president. After after I share a few things as it relates to that, then we're going to move forward in the conversation and look at some of the child trafficking that also happened out of Haiti. And then we're going to wrap it up with some footage and information on about this barbecue guy and some of the things that he's put out there. So, all right. So again, thank everybody for coming in. We are still going here. And everything is being recorded. So if you missed the first half, you definitely want to watch everything. You want to get a full aspect of the history from the beginning, the Haitian Revolution, their sovereignty as it relates to freedom. We're talking about what does freedom look like, some of the things that leads up to you needing to stand up as we the people and fight against this tyranny within our own government. So let me go ahead and jump over to this interview where you're going to hear from the, of course, this was before he was assassinated, right before he was assassinated, regarding the bioweapon, the COVID-19 pandemic, and what was going on in Haiti. Okay.
COVID-19 in the world, and scientists are mystified about why. Most people have given up on masks, and those who do wear them don't always believe the virus is real. In our one and only interview, Haiti's president talks about why his government hasn't administered a single vaccine and doesn't plan to.
This is on a Friday night in April in Cap Haitian. OCAP, as locals call the city, one of the country's largest and most attractive for young adults. They still greet each other by shaking hands, no social distancing, and restaurants that don't require facial coverings. It's a world we once knew before the coronavirus. I don't know of a single person who has corona, Jean-Louis Ritchie says. I am concerned about the virus, but I don't always have access to a mask. The security of the country, this man says, is more of a concern than the coronavirus. On a Friday night here in Cap Haitian, one of the most popular areas, you would think that I'm the oddball for wearing a mask. No one here is wearing one. You would think COVID never touched this country. Weeks into the pandemic, President Jovenel Moïs says, some decisions we made early. We decided to completely shut down the country for 4 months. But scientists say even that doesn't explain Haiti's stunningly low COVID-19 death rates. 263, and just over 13,000 confirmed cases to date, less than 2,000 hospitalizations, and more than 12,000 have recovered from COVID out of 11 million people for the entire pandemic, according to the Haitian government. By now, the worst predictions had Haiti in a second wave, like India, in the grips of a COVID crisis that's killing 100 people by the hour, and a weak healthcare system collapsing. Haiti's dramatically low COVID count and death rate may be a combination of the government's poor record keeping and not enough testing sites. But Moïse says there is a relationship Haitians have with nature that protects them from coronavirus, and a plant that produces certain tea called Assassination that's made with ginger root. I'm telling you what I've witnessed, he says, but scientifically, I cannot say.
The other one close to the border is...
The Moïse administration missed the first round of a nearly million free AstraZeneca vaccinations months ago, but says even when his country accepts them, we cannot force people to get the shot. Meanwhile, on stops in small towns, the president, who is wearing a mask, is a magnet for big crowds, standing side by side, gathering with no protection from COVID. And so if the Haitian proverb is really true, that behind every mountain is another mountain, or behind every problem is another problem, then Haiti may not have been spared, after all, by the worst of the virus. And to be clear, there is no ginger root actually works. Another belief for the older Haitian population is that a vaccine shot for tuberculosis in their childhood gives them immunity from the virus today. Again, no scientific proof that a TB shot taken decades ago actually works.
All right, so you heard from yourself. He didn't want the jabs. He stated, we can't even afford masks. You know how a mask was just flying around everywhere. We can't even afford masks, even if we did believe in COVID, and we're just doing just fine for a country that doesn't even have, clean running water. So he debunked the PSYOP early in the game, refusing the jab, stating, hey, we're just going to take some natural herbs here. We don't need your COVID bioweapon. We don't need to be genocided. We don't need your depopulation agenda, because you know what? That's exactly what it was. So the fact that this man stood up, spoke out, even made the news about it when everybody else was running in fear, pretty much drinking hand sanitizer, rubbing it all over their bodies, wearing masks in the house, at the beach, all this craziness. He refused to take the jabs as they kept pushing it and bringing it in. Could that be one of the real reasons why he was murdered? Could that be the real reason that he was taken out? Because we know a lot of these, political figures, they're extorting money, they're doing things of that nature. But, again, this was a well-planned operation. They don't have money, so who funded it? Who brought in the guns? Who planned the meetings? So these are just really some things to think about. Could it be that the pharmaceuticals did not want him around and they wanted to place that PM, puppet master prime minister, so that they can either come in, take control, or get the jabs in there, kill off some people, because it's all about depopulation. They literally want to kill off as many people as possible and control the rest. So hopefully, I'm connecting the dots to you guys. I'm going to play a few clips on where we kind of moving up to where we are now. Talk a little bit about the barbecue guy, talk a little bit more about this prime minister, and then, also talk about the child trafficking as well when it comes to Haiti. Because if you're going to tell the story about Haiti, if you're going to talk about the story, we definitely got to cover all the facts, bring all the truth, so people know exactly what's going on, what been going on, and what continues to go on to this day. So yeah, let's continue going, guys. I'm going to play this quick clip that talks about the crisis that's going on over there. Then we'll again look into some information about the prime minister, how he resigned, as well as start to hear. I want to play this clip from that barbecue guy himself and how he says it, even though he's speaking French, he says it right in the beginning, how our governments have been controlling the people over there, bringing in their politicians. They don't want the U.S. to come in, try to take control. And that is the reason why they're raising up right now. That is the reason why they're fighting back. This is the reason why they're fighting for their freedoms, because they haven't had anybody on their side since the president was assassinated. So let's continue this conversation. Thanks everybody again for coming in, and let's keep it going. All right.
It was meant to be the beginning of the answer to Haiti's problems. A transitional council called for by the United States and leaders from the CARICOM Caribbean Trading Bloc, which would name an interim prime minister and work towards elections in the country. But Haiti's politicians can't agree who should fill the 7 voting positions on the council, with some leaders rejecting it altogether. Like Gu Felipe, a former rebel and convicted in the US of money laundering.
So it's the same guy, the same old guys, the same corrupted men that drove us where we are, the same one that armed the gangs, the youngsters in the ghettos. That's the same guys that the United States want to put back in power. It's not up to United States or friends, not to CARICOM to decide who can rule Haiti, who can govern Haiti. It's up to the Haitian people to decide what kind of people they want to govern them.
While the politicians argue, Haiti burns. On Thursday, it was the country's national prison which went up in flames. Luckily, the prisoners had already been moved. And gangs remain in charge of most of the capital. The most powerful leader, Jimmy Cherizier, popularly known as Barbecue, also rejects the transitional council. Perhaps because its members would be bound to commit to a 1,000-strong Kenyan police force being deployed in the country, mostly funded by the US. It would inevitably affect the gang's own power on the streets. Meanwhile, for the most part, Haiti's airport, ports and borders remain closed. The only slim line of contact with the outside world, an air bridge that the United Nations says it's going to set up between the country and here in the neighbouring Dominican Republic. The US State Department spokesperson told Al Jazeera he still expected the Transitional Council to form.
As you just heard me say, just in the past few hours, we've seen a number of names submitted for this Presidential Transitional Council. We want to see it get off the ground as soon as possible. We want to see an interim prime minister appointed as soon as possible.
An island of optimism as the hopes of an immediate solution, or just the start of one, appear to diminish. John Holman, Al Jazeera, the Dominican Republic.
All right, guys, so that was just a quick clip there. to show again what's going on, how, America's scrambling, trying to get their hands into Haiti. You heard from the people over there. They do not want the U.S. to be involved. They do not want them to make the decisions on who gets to rule Haiti. And I agree. They should be able to decide for themselves who they want to put in power. They should not be told what to do, and then again, so that they could take all their resources. So there's always a catch. When they say that, oh, we're going to, send some money over there, we're going to, send some troops to help get things. No, what they really want to do is send some people over there to murder half of the people, bring in the jab, and then put in their puppet politician to commence the control. So let's continue the conversation. I do want to play this quick clip about that puppet prime minister so everybody can see his face and know who we're talking about. He's been mentioned several times from the wife, from Professor Smalls, as well as some of the gangs themselves within Haiti that talks about him being a puppet president. So we'll go ahead and play that, and then we're going to move into the next session. So let me get that queued up here. Okay.
Prime Minister of Haiti, Ariel Henry, has resigned. That's according to the president of Guyana, Irfan Ali, who is the chairman of the Caribbean Regional Group, CARICOM. Henry has been in Puerto Rico since last week after gang leaders who've been dominating the capital warned him against returning to Port-au-Prince. Leaders of the Caribbean bloc CARICOM have been meeting in Jamaica's capital to discuss the political transition and the security crisis in Haiti. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Teresa Bo on the phone now from Santo Domingo in a neighboring Dominican Republic. So what more are you hearing about Ariel Henry's resignation, Teresa? Was this expected?
Well, certainly pressure on him has been mounting in the past few days. What we've seen is Prime Minister Ariel Henry at the time was not able to return to his country after traveling to Kenya to meet with the Kenyan president, and try to arrange the assistance by an elite force to help police officers in the country fight against the gangs. Opposition controls of 80% at least of Haiti's capital back then. At the time, he was not allowed to land here in the Dominican Republic. He had to fly to Puerto Rico. He was declared a persona non grata. He was not welcome here in the Dominican Republic. And what we've been seeing is that even though the United States and other countries have been supporting him since he was designated prime minister. This happened after the assassination of former President Jovenel Moïs back in 2021. Many people in Haiti did not want him to be in power, did not believe in his capacity of getting the country out of the current crisis. I just come from being at the border with Haiti, where thousands of people cross the border every day, and everyone we spoke to said that Prime Minister Ariel Henry, or now former Prime Minister Ariel Henry, needs to resign because he's not the person that will be able to get out the country out of the crisis. And as you were mentioning, this happened just after a meeting of the CARICOM of the Caribbean community happening in Jamaica. It happened just as the United States and the members of CARICOM expressed their concerns about the increasing insecurity of the crisis ongoing in Haiti, them already thinking of a transition government. They're referring to as a presidential college that would be composed of political parties, of private sector, among others, to try to set up a transition that at the same time will lead the country towards free and fair elections. So certainly there's a feeling that he had lost support not only of his people but also of the international community. So in a way, his resignation does not come as a surprise.
Right. So a resignation that doesn't come as a surprise. If you're joining us on Al Jazeera, breaking news, the Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry, the embattled Haitian Prime Minister, has resigned this a day after a regional meeting in Jamaica, during which U.S. Secretary of State Teresa promised an additional $100 million for a UN-backed force to stabilize Haiti. The international force for Haiti has been really at the center of this crisis. The gangs in Port-au-Prince opposed to an international force. What happens now as far as that is concerned? What could happen next?
We're going to have to see what the reaction is in Port-au-Prince, also what the gangs have to say. Let's not forget that they had already been warning that if Ariel Henry was allowed to return, this would trigger a civil war. We already saw the leadership of the G9 Federation of Gangs, Jimmy Cherizier, he's also known as a barbecue, for example, warning hotel managers and hotel owners in Port-au-Prince of trying to give shelter to politicians close to Ariel Henry that could be in hiding in many hotels in the capital of Haiti. So suddenly, it has an impact. There's been lots of talks about the deployment of this multinational security support mission, which would be to give support to the Haitian National Police. There's been lots of talks in the past year about the deployment of this force that would be led by Kenya. This has not happened yet. There's been the United States announced that they're putting more money in to fund this whole operation, but nobody really knows when these police officers from Kenya are going to be in the ground. What we do know, for example, is that the Haitian National Police, the union, has been desperately requesting weapons, ammunition, bulletproof vests, because they're saying that they do not have the resources they need to fight against the gangs in Haiti.
Right. And this, of course, Teresa, is not the first crisis Haiti is experiencing. Ariel Henry came to power after the assassination of the former president Jovenel Moïs, and before that, you had decades of uncertainty under previous leaders of Haiti as well. Why has this happened? What factors have contributed to this continued instability in Haiti?
Well, there is a long tradition in Haiti of politicians supporting gangs, of gangs being involved also in extortion, in politics, and different things. But what we've seen is that since Jovenel Moïse was assassinated back in 2021, this is something that has increased. And what complicated the situation even more is that Ariel Henry was not an elected official. He was just handpicked at the time. And this is something that generated lots of resentment among the population, them saying that, that need to be elections in Haiti. There's been lots of calls for the past years that elections need to happen, that Ariel Henry was an illegitimate leader, that free and fair election need to happen in Haiti. However, the big challenge now is how to carry out those elections because of the insecurity crisis that exists in Haiti, because the international community, and of course at the time Ariel Henry were unable to control the gangs. Let me tell you, I was a year ago in Haiti, and already gangs were controlling 80% of Haiti's capitals. Already you would see armed gangs, very close to the airport in different locations all around the capital, with big fights happening at the time. And it's been a year since there's been requests for this multinational force to start operating in Haiti, and this has not happened. So suddenly there's been an escalation in the past few years. There's been an inability or an incapacity by the international community at the time to pressure Henry to call for elections. And what we're seeing now is Henry's resignation, and certainly the situation in Haiti almost spiraling out of control and at risk of civil war, which is what, at the time, the CARICOM leadership is extremely concerned about.
Teresa, thank you very much for that. Teresa Bo, live there on the line from the Dominican Republic. Again, if you're just joining us, the Haitian Prime Minister, the embattled Haitian Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, has resigned. Here now is Mariana Sanchez with a look at his political career.
Anger and frustration marked the 3 years of Ariel Henry's tenure as Haiti's leader. The interim prime minister rose to power in 2021, weeks after President Jovenel Moïs was assassinated by a group of mercenaries. As a result, political groups agreed to a power-sharing deal that's set to expire this month. Henry took control of the government amidst a crippling economy and spiraling violence. In 2023, more than 4,000 Haitians were killed and another 3,000 kidnapped. In 2022, Henry survived an assassination attempt during a ceremony marking Haiti's independence. Henry promised to organize elections only after restoring security.
Several conditions are necessary to organize the elections, to realize public consultations, and to adopt a new constitution. First, we have to tackle insecurity and arrest all terrorists who attack and kidnap children and adults.
Many Haitians said the government was illegitimate, and some investigators believed Henry was involved in the assassination of Jovenel Moïse, which only added fuel to the turmoil in the streets. Gangs set up roadblocks, prevented the distribution of fuel, and controlled nearly 80% of Port-au-Prince and other parts of the country. Thousands were displaced. Nearly half of the population lives under the poverty line. Haitians said Ariel Henry was unable to manage the crisis, one that it seems has no end.
All right, guys. So that was a little bit more about that puppet prime minister that we've mentioned, or that I've mentioned multiple times. You've heard multiple people talk about this. And it's really important because this is how the government operates. They put in that person that can be controlled, that will push in their narratives and do what they want them to do. So for over 20 years, that prime minister, the one who was just in Haiti, who resigned, that the gang said, don't you come back here, or it's going to be civil war. This is the reason why. So I just want to say, I feel that Haiti has some balls. At least they are some fighters. I mean, throughout history, they have shown that they are willing to die for their freedom. They're willing to stand up against colonialism, imperialism, all of these things, these dictatorships, these people that just want to steal your resources and enslave you. And we could use a little bit of that here in the U.S. and around the world, and I can only speak to the United States right now, but because I can think of some examples where people are standing up around the world. But, in the U.S., we're waking up. But when you listen to some of these conversations, people are still not getting it. They still don't understand that no one is just going to give you your freedom. So what does freedom look like? No one's going to come and tap you on your shoulder and say, do you want to be free? You have to decide for yourself on how do you want to participate? What are you going to stand up for? What are you going to speak out on? And what are you going to start spending your money on while everybody runs to get their taxes paid, while they continues to use the tax money to fund genocide all around the world. So when is America going to stand up? When are we going to say enough is enough with their narratives, with their defeminizing the man? I mean, do we even have some real men left? If you're over 40, you're probably a real man. But if you're under 20, I mean, it's just so many things that they have done and we have allowed that has built up, which is why we're in the position we are in now. And it cannot continue. We have to start holding these people accountable as they push their death shots, bioweapons, that your child can choose any gender that they want to, girl, boy, you can be a cat, a dog. I mean, when is enough enough? This circus has just been going on and on and on and on. So, for me, at least these people are speaking out, standing up. So, fighting for their freedom. while a lot of other people are just talking about it, or might not even be saying anything, or don't even recognize that we are even in a war. So kudos, to the people that are doing something, and kudos to leaders that's such as the guy over there in Burkina Faso, who's only 25 years old. I believe he's only 25, or is it 30? In his early 30s, late 20s, or early 30s, who literally pushed France out, told them, y'all can get the hell on. We taking our country back. We taking our power back. We taking our resources back. This is what needs to happen. So I just wanted to, really just hone in on that. I played the clip where it shows that they're still battling over who they're going to send over in Haiti, because they think that they want the United States opinion to decide who's going to rule them. And another point that I want to bring up is they talked about Kenya, because they were trying to get Kenya involved in this. And, I'm going to have to do a whole nother show on Kenya, because it's just, multiple leaders already know Kenya has a puppet president in place. So Kenya is not on Haiti's side, okay? Kenya is under the thumb of the U.S. government. They pushed the digital ID on their own people. It's called ID for Africa. You can go to the website. They've partnered in with the Gates Foundation. It's called PYSOP.io. And every child born will be registered into this digital ID system that Kenya has partnered with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to build and enslave their people. So, but I'm definitely going to touch on that in a part 2, get a little bit deeper into that, get a little bit deeper into the gangs and inside of Haiti and some of those things. But I want to play this quick clip before we get into the child trafficking and all of that. I want to play this quick clip from that guy that everybody's talking about, Barbecue. Now, I can admit that name Barbecue sounds pretty suspect. I wish I knew someone that I could speak to in Haiti to even confirm, is that even his name? Is he aware that he's wearing this Freemason sign hanging from his neck? Just to address some of the things that kind of make you think, is he working for our government? Is he a PSYOP? Is he with the CIA? Who knows? So I can't confirm or deny that, but what I can confirm is what I'm getting ready to play in this video, and how he calls out how the United States keeps putting in their puppet president that they will not accept. He calls out how they assassinated the last president. So all of these gangs, all of these things started happening after they assassinated that president, which you just heard was pushing back on the bioweapons. And he told our government, you can go fuck yourself and take your jabs and your death shots and your PCR, and you can go ahead on it. We're doing natural holistic health over here. And then the next thing you know, he was murdered. So let's go ahead and hear from this Barbecue guy, and really pay attention. And even though he's speaking in a different language, the words are popping up on the screen. Really pay attention to who he's calling out. Because everyone we've heard from so far says there is someone higher in charge that's running this show, that's funding this show, that's bringing in the guns. Okay, you can see from the background how the people are living over there. And if I have time, I'll play a clip, or I might have to save that to the second time to show you how it really looks on the ground. So these people are making less than $3 a day to live on, but yet they can put together all of this and take down presidents and, take over the nation. Just do all of these things without money, without somebody backing them, without somebody controlling what's going on. So just wanted to, try to bring all of that in perspective. And yeah, so let me play this last clip as it kind of relates to the gangs. And then we're going to take another little quick break. And then we're going to get into this child trafficking and how it ties into the Clinton Foundation. So we are here today. Happy Saturday, guys. Is this another Haitian revolution or a CIA PSYOP? We're discussing truth and freedom. So let me go ahead and get this queued up for you. And let's see what he has to say here. And I might even rewind it in case people miss it the first time, because it is a 3-minute clip. But let's hear what he says. Pay attention to this.
Opposition, c'est yo qui fait complot pour yo livrer président. Son complot national et international contre peuple haïtien. N'a répété ça encore. Peuple a pour dans la rue et n'a pratiqué ça qui relève légitime violence. Et n'a répété encore nous c'est grand timoun, yo tiré sur nous.
Let me. So I hope you guys heard that. Let me just go back because I really want to be clear. And as you can see, it states many police officers, men in power, and members of the opposition plotted with the corrupt elite to assassinate the president. What president is he talking about? It has to be the last president because they haven't had one since the last one was assassinated.
Fait complot avec bourgeois senti pour yo livrer président. Son complot national et
It's a national and international plot against the Haitian people. So when I hear people, just going in, oh, the gangs, looks like these people fighting for their freedom, if you ask me. Let's correct the narrative. Looks like these people are fighting for their freedom over there and do not want the United States involved. So I'm going to go ahead and just play and let it play out.
C'est yo qui fait complot avec bourgeois senti pour yo livrer président. Son complot national et international contre peuple haïtien. N'a répété ça encore. Peuple a pour dans la rue et n'a pratiqué ça qui relève légitime violence. Et n'a répété encore nous c'est grand timoun, yo tiré sur nous compte ça pour nous faire. Merci.
Cherizier is a former cop accused of carrying out neighborhood massacres and overseeing the kidnap for ransom gangs that are terrorizing the city, which he denies.
Côté zam qui là.
At least for now, he rules several neighborhoods in Port-au-Prince.
Et ça yo supposé que charger ça. J'ai pu pas contrôler toute la rue.
Do you see G9 and yourself as a legitimate authority here in Haiti?
Nous connaissons que nous sommes forces politiques, nous sommes structures sociopolitiques, cap goumé pour moun qui pi mal yo pour nous comment nous capable.
A social political movement that carries around pretty large weapons and gets into gun battles with other social political movements.
Même comme leader responsable, nous prenons des dispositions pour nous protéger population la caillou.
But Cherizier's influence extends well beyond his neighborhoods.
Bon bien, c'est
Since the assassination, he's threatened an all-out insurrection against Haiti's political class.
M'a goumé contre un système qui senti, m'a goumé contre un système qui corrompu. M'a goumé contre moun qui pi riche yo mène pays à côté lié jodi à la. Moun sa pas jamais senti insécurité a. Jodi a li pour insécurité arriver sur moun sa yo. Moun sa pas jamais senti sacré ou dormi la caillou. Bal ap tirer. Jodi a li pour bal tirer contre moun sa yo et tout.
I see you getting emotional. What do you think is bringing tears to your eyes?
C'est américain. Ouais, comment moun vive États-Unis, pas vrai? Est-ce qu'on veut mener la saline pour regarder comme côté moun abdomi? Est-ce qu'on veut mener Delmade pour regarder côté moun, pour regarder côté ti moun a vivre? Yeah, on va parler de misère comme ça. Pour qui est-ce? Ça le boit acheter là. Dis-moi, mais ça me voyait bad.
But it's the people in poor neighborhoods that often suffer the worst at the hand.
All right, so that pretty much is that clip, guys. And as you could see, I mean, you heard it for yourself. You watched it, you heard it. He stated he was fighting against Haiti's political class, the wealthy, the corruption for those who contributed to assassinating the president. So again, are these gangs or are they freedom fighters? Are they fighting for their freedom? I mean, you can't just sit around, just like we don't want them to take our guns, which is what they want to do, take our guns away from us, and then we'll be helpless as well, just like all the other countries that they've taken guns from, you know, when you think about gun control. And actually, I'm gonna read something as it relates to gun control, because I don't think people realize, you know, what they've done in other parts of the world and other countries once they've implemented some gun control. I shared this, you know, a few years back, but it's still very relevant to this day. So, guns and control. Let's see here. Turkey established gun control in 1911. Soon after, 1.5 million Armenians unable to defend themselves were rounded up and exterminated. The Soviet Union established gun control in 1929. Soon after, 20 million unable to defend themselves were rounded up and exterminated. China established gun control in 1935. Soon after, 20 million political dissidents unable to defend themselves were rounded up and exterminated. Germany established gun control in 1938. Soon after, a total of 13 million Jews and others were rounded up, couldn't defend themselves, rounded up and exterminated. Cambodia established gun control in 1956. Soon after, 1 million unable to defend themselves were rounded up and exterminated. Guatemala established gun control in 1964. Soon after, 100,000 Mayan Indians unable to defend themselves were rounded up and exterminated. Uganda established gun control in 1970. Soon after, 300,000 Christians unable to defend themselves were rounded up and exterminated. Australia established gun control in 1996. And right now, Australian citizens have been brutalized all since the COVID agenda, terrorized by their government, snatched out their houses, forced vaccinated. And there's no, and I'm not even going to get into what they did to the Aboriginal people of Australia. Okay, maybe I'll save that for part 2. Same thing happened in Venezuela. New Zealand also expanded their gun control in 2019. Their citizens are as well being brutalized, terrorized under their government. And then we have Canada, who expanded their gun control in 2020. And we know what's going on with Canada and how they're being brutalized and terrorized by their government. So, we don't want to be next on the list that we can't defend ourselves and that we can't protect ourselves. So just wanted to give you guys something to think about as it relates to that. And we are getting ready to move into the next session, which is, I do want to talk a little bit about this child trafficking, as it relates to what's going on with the Clinton Foundation. People just seem to forget. For me, anytime I hear somebody talk about Haiti, that's like one of the first things that pop in my mind. What happened to the money after the earthquake? Okay, what happened to this Laura Silsby, who tried to steal 30 children out of Haiti through some Christian missionary and go into the Dominican Republic and adopt these kids that she stole after the earthquake? Okay, you know, no parents to be found, so you're just going to take some kids and then take them into another country and sell them. So, you know, that's just something that we always want to definitely remember as it relates to Haiti, as well as the Haitian Revolution. So let's go ahead and take a brief break. I need to get myself some water. Come back, everybody, you know, get you a little snack, and then we're going to move into this portion with this child trafficking. I do have some clips as it relates to that. I want to touch on that a little bit more before we wrap it up. So yeah, guys, I really appreciate everybody for coming in. I'm definitely going to do a part 2 where I get a little bit deeper, talk about some of these figures in a little bit more detail, get some interviews with some other gang members out of Haiti, as well as maybe bring in someone who's actually over there. So this is not the end all and be all as it relates to this conversation. And as well as I'm going to touch on some other countries that's, you know, pushing there for their freedom as well. So that's some of the countries that I mentioned earlier, like Burkina Faso and Guinea and Niger and some of these other places, because, you know, maybe it'll rub off. Maybe that's why the United States never wanted people to mention the Haitian Revolution. Maybe that is why it was not taught in school. Because if you hear that others can raise up and others have shown and proved to take back their power, to take control of their resources and to fight back, then, you know, you'll get some ideas. They didn't want you to have those ideas. And people actually fought even here in America as well during slavery that is not being reported. So, you know, this is how they control the narrative. This is how they control the history. This is how they control what they want you to think and know about, because, you know, I'm inspired. This inspires me to know that, you know, we're not just going to lay down and take it. I know I'm not just going to lay down and take it. I'm going to continue to speak the truth, and I'm going to continue to wake as many people up as possible. And to do that requires truth, requires history, requires documentation, because he who knows the history, without knowing your history, you can't create a future. So these things are very, very important, which is why I wanted to just, you know, just really, really stress on just some of these different points. And yeah, we're going to continue the conversation. Let me check some of my messages here and some of these links today. Give me 1 second, guys. Freedom or death, freedom of death, freedom or death. So, and I see we got a couple, we need a no virus. Yeah, we do need a no virus space, because I mean, I feel like that's been like debunked so many times. They haven't been able to prove it. You know, it was all a psyop to get people to take the jab. You know, and that's why I say, even now, if they show you people bleeding out their eyeballs on TV, do not fall for the banana in the tailpipe, okay? Do not take any more of these jabs. And please stop testing. Oh my God. And I know sometimes I get on a rampage, but please stop the testing. Throw those freaking test kits out immediately. I talked to a coworker the other day, and she said her son was sick, and, you know, then she went upon, oh, and I gave him a 5 or 6 COVID tests, a 3-year-old. She's giving her 3-year-old these COVID tests. What, I almost lost my mind. You know, I'm like, I just went crazy, you know. And I'm like, I know we're at work and you're not supposed to have these conversations, but I am going to have it today. Please stop testing. Throw those test kits out. They're not accurate. They can't tell you anything. If you have an issue, all you need to do is treat the symptom. That's it. Stop relying on tests. Stop relying on doctors and all these people to tell you something wrong with you. If you're in tune with your body, if you're boosting your immune system naturally, you're not going to need these things. Take your power back by owning your own health, owning your own diet, owning your own, education about everything. It's just crazy. What's next? You're gonna need a test for somebody to tell you you got a headache. You need a test to know that your back hurts. Like, come on, people. You know, and a lot of you guys know I've talked about this. Those tests are contaminated. You're almost giving your child, yourself, the jab yourself. The tests are contaminated. They have these Thera-grippers on these things that you can't even see that can vaccinate you. I've talked about this. John Hopkins even has a report on it. I'll repost it in my Telegram so you can see what this looks like. Stop with the test, people, please. So, okay, I kind of went on a little page about the test, but these are just some things that we really can't control ourselves, guys. So let's take a quick break. I need to drink some water. Give me about 5 minutes. We're going to come back into the child trafficking. We're going to talk about a little bit more pieces of information. And before we wind down, and you know what, I'm going to go ahead and see if I could let me see if I could play something for you guys while you're listening here. Let me see. That way you're kind of like not just sitting in the background, but oh man. Yeah. We got to get our stuff together, man. America really has to step it up because they are not pulling any shorts on us. Everybody's talking about TikTok and all that. And yeah, it's relevant to freedom of speech, but we cannot let loose what they have done with this genocide and democide. The shots are still going on. The chemtrails are still going on. The gender identity is still going on. So we got to step it up. We got to step it up. I don't have all the answers, but I know compliance is not the issue. It's not the thing to do. So that just leads me back to one of my songs. So we'll listen to this, and by the time this finished playing, I'll have the next video queued up as we begin to roll out and get into this child trafficking that's been going on in Haiti as well. So, that's a story we definitely want to make sure I touch on today. All right, so let's go ahead and listen to that. Get you some water, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And again, if you do want to come in and speak at the end, we can have some conversations about everything you heard, but you will have to click that link. If you do want to come in and speak and talk. If you don't see the link, it should be on my Twitter Space profile. Like soon as you click on my profile, it should be right there connected to one of the spaces, or you can send me a DM message and I could get you the link that way as well. So, but yeah, let's go ahead so I can get me some water, give me a little break in. Let's listen to this and we'll be right back.
Comply with the institutions, sick illusion. No, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. We will not comply with the The revolution won't be televised. Government been telling lies. If you're not with us, you better step aside. Witnessing the genocide. Everything is centralized. The food that we consuming, they spraying it out with pesticides. Easily identify the sheep and the snake, the real and the fake, giving us a reason to pray. I'ma make my own choices. A voice for the voiceless. They trying to destroy us, avoiding the poison. It's all pointless if you don't have a purpose. If you read the verses, you'll know who we first it. Tell you what your worth is. Look deeper than the surface. People want you researching or asking questions when y'all being tested. Shut your mouth and comply, this the message. Want you to rest on prescriptions that mess with your head. Got you stressing, suppressing expression. We will not comply with the institutions. Sick illusion, no, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. We will not comply with the institutions. Sick illusion, no, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. Keep the money, I would rather have my soul than my power and control. This ain't number one goal. All my friends turn to foes. Look how easily they fold. Even Nazis say they were doing what they told. Walking down this road all alone in the cold, but my soul never sold. I'm exposing the clothes. God has chosen this role. All of those who oppose want me hopeless and broke like I'm Noah on boats. I'm just trying to tell them all about the flood. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my blood. Man, I came up out the mud. Only God is my judge. I don't listen to these politicians. They the real thugs. Won't comply with the lies. They disguise it as science. They want you compliant. The media's bias. These corporate giants are capitalizing on us by dividing, but I'll keep on fighting. We will not comply with the institutions. No, we won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. They're trying to dumb us down. Don't want us to make it sound. We gotta get out of here now, 'cause it's a revolution. We will not comply with the institutions. Sick illusion, no, we won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution.
All right, guys, we are back. I am going to get into some clips that talks about, what happened with the child trafficking from the earthquake in Haiti. Touch on a little bit of that as we begin to wind down. And so, yeah, let's just go ahead and jump straight into it. I do apologize, but I cannot blow up this screen full screen for some reason. And it may be because I actually had to find this one clip from the Wayback Machine because it's been deleted. So just a quick note about that. There are still deleting pieces of information out there. So if you do find something that has been deleted, you can use the Wayback Machine or the Wayback Archive to find some of these old articles, old videos. Just copy the link, go to the Wayback and post it in there, paste it in there, and then you can find some of this information. So, and that just reminds me why it's so important for us to really think about how we're, documenting things. How are we going to share this information with future generations on what happened during this time? Because we know that they wanted to cover up this genocide with these jabs for, I believe it was 75 years that Pfizer was trying to get the data from being released. So, it'll be a whole new generation. No one would know what happened as they continue to write the history, because those who are in control writes the history. So I want people to really start thinking about, if you come across great books, get the actual books. It's okay to have PDF copies and things of that nature, stuff, saved on your cloud, but they can delete a lot of these things. You know, they can turn this stuff on and off, rewrite it. You know, just the other day, somebody sent me a video of this dog like dancing around, and you know, the dog had on clothes, he was doing a little dance move. So I said, yeah, I thought to myself, you know, what if somebody watched this video like 50 years from now? You know, they might even think, you know, dogs really could dance and wore clothes. I mean, you know, you just don't know how they're going to control the history moving forward. So I say all that to say we have to control who knows our history, who we share that history with. It's really important, because I know a lot of us in this fight, you know, we're older, you know, so it's important, especially if you have children, grandchildren, to pass down as much information as possible that you can, to know and share and tell who the real enemy is in this fight, what they have done throughout history, how they've destroyed things, recreated narratives, and, you know, all of the above. So, but I digress. Let's continue with this presentation today. And, you know, shout out to everyone that's listening. Much love to you guys. Much love to you, Lou. I see you sending me some good chats there. And yeah, guys, so I'm here doing the best that I can to just, you know, spread some awareness. And again, if you do want to come up, if you do want to talk, click the link or back channel me, and I will be checking those messages as this clip plays. So this next clip is about 10 minutes. I'm going to let that run. We'll open it up. I'll share a few things about it. And then there's another clip that's a little bit longer than this that was put together by, you know, the true Janet Osselberg, the one who created the Fall of the Cabal series. She also talked about the Clinton connection as it relates to Haiti and some other things as well, if you're not familiar with her work. So we'll hear those two clips lined up and continue going on today. So again, welcome, guys. I apologize that I can't make this screen a little bit bigger.
Discretion is advised.
A major earthquake shook the Caribbean nation of Haiti late today. It hit just 14 miles from the capital city, Port-au-Prince. The U.S. Geological Survey reported a magnitude of 7.0, the largest ever recorded in that region. Reports said the presidential palace and a hospital collapsed. Along with other buildings, the president and his wife escaped injury, but dozens of other people were killed or buried under rubble.
10 Americans have been detained by Haitian police as they tried to bus more than 30 children across the border into the Dominican Republic, allegedly without proper documents.
We had 33 children from the age of 2 months to 12 years. And in the course of the time frame we had them with us, obviously the entire team deeply fell in love with these children. They're very, very precious kids that have lost their homes and their families and are so deeply in need of most of all, God's love and His compassion and just a very nurturing setting.
The Americans are Baptist church members from Idaho, and they were planning to take the children to the Dominican Republic, where they plan to establish an orphanage. The group's leader, Laura Silsby, says the group paid no money for the children and obtained them from a well-known pastor who heads a religious ministry in Haiti.
Our understanding was that we were told by a number of people, including Dominican authorities, that we would be able to bring the children across. I understand that. Sir, that's the mistake obviously we made, is we did not understand that there was additional paperwork required.
From the moment of their arrest, they had defended their innocence, saying they were just trying to help the children. And after 3 long weeks in jail, a Haitian judge believed them, granting freedom to 8 of the 10 Americans charged with child trafficking.
The court recognized that there's any evidence about they are guilty. They are all innocent. That's what I can tell you. And the world has to know, after these issue, that this American, all of them are innocent, as I promised you that they will be free. 8 of them are now free.
The judge did, however, order that the group's leader, Laura Silsby, and another woman remain in custody. They were in Haiti before the earthquake, and their activities are the subject of further investigation. The group of Americans, most of whom are Baptist missionaries, were caught trying to take 33 Haitian children across the border to the Dominican Republic. It was also learned one of the lawyers defending the group was a man suspected of sex trafficking. Haiti's President René Préval defended the judge's decision and dismissed concerns the court had been persuaded by U.S. officials to set the Americans free.
The judiciary system is totally independent.
Silsby is back on American soil. She was freed by Haitian authorities after she was convicted of illegally trying to take dozens of Haitian children out of the country in the wake of January's giant earthquake. She cried as she greeted family members at the airport.
It feels incredible. I just give praise to my God. I thank Him for bringing me home. Incredible. I just give praise to my God. Thank Him for bringing me home.
Silsby said her faith had gotten her through the ordeal, but she declined to answer reporters' questions about what the last 3 months have been like.
You know, I'll talk about that maybe at a later time. Today is a day of celebration and joy, my family and my friends, and I've longed for this for a long time.
In addition to her family, members of her church also showed up to greet her.
Their faithful prayers have meant a tremendous amount to me, and we just serve an awesome God. He is sovereign, and I just give all the praise and glory to Him.
Now, I wonder what God she's actually talking about here.
She was originally charged with kidnapping and criminal association. Those charges were dropped for her and the 9 other Americans who were part of her group. They've also been released.
Huma was actually emailing Hillary Clinton email updates on the Silsby Haiti situation. In one of the emails, a plan to just take the children is even discussed. After being convicted of kidnapping 33 Haitian children who had families, Laura changed her name to Laura Gaylor and worked for the US government for Amber Alerts, a service which deals with missing children. Does that sound normal to you? Someone who's been convicted of child trafficking to be involved in such a service? Monica Peterson was the assistant director of the Human Trafficking Center in Haiti and was critical of the Clinton Foundation and its role in human trafficking in the region. She was later found dead of apparent suicide. Max McCobie served as James Alefantis' lawyer in a blackmail case against ex-boyfriend David Brock. In 2008, Comet Ping Pong wanted to obtain the permissions needed to operate and hold events later than midnight. One man who I mentioned in episode 5, Pizzagate, named Frank Winstead, claimed Alefantis was going to turn the neighborhood into a haven for rapes and murders. It was Michael McCobie that then chimed in to defend Alefantis and Comet Ping Pong, claiming that he would remove anyone that got in Comet's way. This all happened at a community meeting. Michael McCobie was the leadership advisor for Friends of the Orphans, and Max McCobie was the director of Friends of the Orphans. Both were personal lawyers of James Alefantis. Friends of the Orphans is now called NPH USA and is the non-profit organization where Laura Sillisby took 33 kids from. Researchers noted that Laura Sillisby had visited the White House multiple times, and each time she visited, one person visited the White House only a few hours later. Can you guess who? James Alefantis has a special privilege with customs when shipping live art, never having to even show anyone what he is actually transporting inside the containers.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the notification bell for more must-see videos.
All right, guys, so that was just a quick clip. I mean, even though that clip was 7 minutes, it's definitely worth doing a little bit more digging into. I do have that posted in my Telegram, so if you guys want to go back and look at that, pay attention to those screenshots, because when it comes to following the money, this is exactly how you find out who the players are in all of this, you know. And when you heard her say how, you know, stealing these kids, like, oh yeah, you know, I didn't realize it was a little bit more paperwork involved. Really? That you could just steal kids after a natural disaster and you thought that that was okay? You know, I think this is what they do. You know, they, after a war or after a national disaster, this gives them the opportunity to, you know, commit this child trafficking, to steal kids, to take children away, while everybody else is paying attention to everything else that's going on in the world. And even that comment of what she did, it just again reminds me about these orphan trains. When you look into the history of these orphan trains, that was around the time when I forget which war it was, but I think it was World War I or something like that. But it was surrounding the war where all these parents, all these people went into the war. So they were either killed because, you know, when you look into that history, where did all these kids come from? You know, and then you start to realize how the church is involved in all of this, you know, how they set up these missionaries throughout history, not just what happened in Haiti, but the further you go back in history, any and everything that that relates to a missing child, child sex trafficking, child abduction, child trafficking, these churches are involved. Especially, and I'm gonna do a part 2 because I'm really gonna dig deep. I'm gonna talk about the orphan trains. I'm gonna look into the history and bring you guys the information on some of these churches and organizations that were involved. And of course, they all lead back to the Vatican. I mean, if we don't know that by now, it all leads back to the freaking Vatican. Everything they've done, from stealing the land to, the genocide, to any and everything barbaric throughout history, this is what they've done, and use religion to do it. Yeah. But anyway, let me just keep going with this recap. So, and when she says, yeah, she's praising her God, so that God asks a really good question. Yeah, I wonder, who is her God? Yeah, is it which God is she talking about? The God that I'm aware of that kills children and participates in adrenochrome, that's a satanic God that what's his name, Baal. So yeah, we wonder, and that's another thing. Even these celebrities, I want to recognize God and God and God. Yeah, which God are you talking about? Because it ain't the God that I'm recognized. I can tell you that. So also in that clip, the emails that talked about taking the children. You just can't make this stuff up. And then the fact that Monica Peterson, when I do a second part, I'm going to really delve into some of the information that woman, Monica Peterson, found out. And she was, of course, suicided. So she was murdered. And all the reporting that she did on this child trafficking as well. So again, 33 children. Another good thing that I want to point out in that clip was how many times this Laura Silsby visited the White House. So they have the records of her going to the White House. They have the records of this James Alefantis, this ping pong guy, as it relates to the Pizzagate and comic ping pong, the records of them going back and forth, visiting the White House. So, this is a whole nother rabbit hole. We ain't going to be able to touch on everything today because that's going to, I'm going to really want to bring a lot more information, talk about the lawyers involved, talk about the judge that freed those people in Haiti. So definitely make sure you guys be watching when I do part 2, because I'm really going to get deeper into, the orphan trains, the child trafficking, some of these politicians that's involved in this, as well as Jeffrey Epstein, because it's funny that they mentioned that this James Alefantis was bringing in art. And when you look at Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and her whole Terramar project, when she was literally selling people water, okay, you can't make this shit up. She was literally selling people water, but what they were really doing was opening up the gateway so that they can traffic children through the ocean. Okay, so that was the real reason behind this Terramar project, so that they could run back and forth through the waters, and they've already found submarines that was connected to Epstein Island, okay? But again, that's a whole nother show. But it's funny that they talked about the art, because that was some of the information I found out when I was doing some research into, the whole Terramar project, was that some of these businesses that were operating on these ships, it was all about bringing in artwork or archaeology artifacts. So artifacts and stuff. So transporting, this was the cover, that they were transporting artifacts, and then by them getting this sovereignty citizenship, so to speak, under the Terramar, then these ships would not have to be checked. So it would allow them to maneuver through the waters without their ships being checked. and inspect it to see what was on board. So yeah, this whole art thing, I think that's definitely something bigger than we might think, and another way of them using their cover-up status, so to speak. But yeah, I do have one more clip that I want to play as it relates to this child trafficking in Haiti, this Laura Silsby. And you're going to hear this information again because they're kind of talking about the same thing. But one last point before I run that next clip is how she changed her name. So she went from Laura Silsby to Laura Gaylor. And then you know what else they did? They patted her on the back and put her over the Amber Alerts. So someone who was, charged with stealing children, she's now over the reports of missing children. You just can't make this shit up. You know what I'm saying? You just really can't make this stuff up. But anyways, yeah, Laura Silsby. So let me go ahead and get this next clip queued up. And hopefully I can make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. And then we're going to start winding it down, guys. So I really appreciate everybody for coming in. So let's go ahead and get this last clip. And I think I do have a few more items, and then we're going to go ahead and start winding it down. And again, I really appreciate everyone for coming in. Is this another Haitian revolution or a CIA psyop?
Right after the devastating earthquake, 33 children were smuggled out of Haiti. The woman who was arrested, Laura Gaylor Silsby, said they were orphans who were about to be adopted in the US. Upon investigation, however, it turned out most of these children were not orphans. They were later reunited with their parents. Furthermore, there were no adoption papers to be found. These kids had simply been abducted, stolen from their parents. Who exactly is this Laura Gaylor Silsby? First of all, she was on the board of directors of Alert Sense, the company that provides the technology for Amber Alert. Amber Alert is the broadcast emergency response to recover abducted children. Isn't that an interesting paradox? A convicted child trafficker? Yes, she was found guilty and convicted, connected to Amber Alert, set up to rescue children? Secondly, this lady is the founder of the Baptist organization New Life Children's Refuge, an orphan rescue mission for Haiti. Sounds to me like she had a ways to smuggle children out of the country real easy. Nice cover. Last but not least, she's a close friend of the Clintons, who immediately paid for a lawyer, Jorge Puello, who himself is a convicted pedophile. He was arrested and convicted for leading an international human trafficking ring involving women and children. All of this came out into the open thanks to WikiLeaks that published the secret emails between the Clintons and Laura Gaylor Silsby. Let's continue with Haiti some more before moving on, shall we? Haiti was put in the limelight once again with the Oxfam scandal. Oxfam, known for its shops throughout the world for empowering women and for fighting poverty, was banned from Haiti following the 2010 earthquake. There were orgies with prostitutes, some of which were underage, in other words, with children. Leaked emails further confirm that $3 million were diverted from Haitian relief funds via the Clinton Foundation to pay for Chelsea's extravagant 2010 wedding. When Trump called Haiti a shithole, the whole world went mad. But he was right. What he referred to was what the so-called non-profit organizations had turned the island into after the earthquake. The Red Cross collected $500 million for Haiti, and all it did was build 6 houses. The Clinton Foundation ruthlessly misappropriated the earthquake donations from international donors and got away with it. Klaus Eberwein, a former government official of Haiti, due to testify about the Clinton corruption, was found dead with a bullet in his head only days before the trial on July 12, 2017. Monica Peterson, the young social anthropologist who went to Haiti to investigate human trafficking on the island and who tweeted some critical thoughts about the Clinton Foundation, was found dead by hanging shortly after, in November 2016. Her death was ruled suicide. And when surgeon Dr. Dean Lorek openly vented his disgust about the corruption by the Clinton Foundation that he himself witnessed while trying to save lives on the island, he too ended up dead. In December 2017, he was found on the bathroom floor of his apartment in New York with a knife in his chest. His death too was ruled suicide. But hey, let's not dwell on the many suicides surrounding the Clintons. Let's go back to one of Q's often repeated sentences. Symbolism will be their downfall. In 2007, the FBI released a bulletin with symbols used by pedophiles to identify their sexual preferences and to communicate where to find both each other and their prey. The blue triangles identified boy lovers, the pink hearts are for girl lovers, and the butterflies for child lovers in general. These pedophile logos will indeed be their downfall. They are in plain sight, for they never thought people would wake up and see. And just like we saw with Amber Alert, it's the organizations that claim to protect children that actually use pedophile logos. For instance, the International Adoption Clinic, New Star Kafala, a Muslim adoption and child advocacy agency. This is their logo for their HOPE program, helping orphans progress emotionally. Then there's the Pacific Crest Trail Association. It changed its logo in July 2017 after the pedophile connection in the capital A was discovered by the public. Now, I'm not saying these organizations are proven pedophile dens. I'm merely pointing out the interesting choice of logo, which of course could be totally based on coincidence. This logo eerily resembles the boy lover symbol. It was used by the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation, set up by the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in honor of his father. This logo was on the 2015-16 annual report. Then there's Alpida, a Canadian refuge charity. Alpida was founded by the Radcliffe Foundation, set up and owned by Frank Giustra. Now, apart from the interesting choice of logo, there are a few things about Mr. Giustra that fascinate me. First of all, he's a major sponsor to the Clinton Foundation. We're talking $100 million and more. He loved going to Haiti with the Clintons. And he founded the Boys Club Network for boys between 12 and 18 seeking connection and mentorship. His co-founder is Jim Crescenzo, a teacher from Vancouver who received an Excellence Award from none other than Justin Trudeau. Now once again, I'm sure this is just coincidence. But what is it that Q keeps saying about coincidence? How many coincidences before mathematically impossible? For someone who claims to be a decent family man, Justin Trudeau sure has some interesting friends. Take Christopher Ingvelson, a Canadian private school teacher, convicted for the possession and distribution of child porn. For many years he was Trudeau's friend and roommate. Then there's his best friend Peter Dalgleish, the world-renowned humanitarian who was caught in the act in Nepal with 2 children aged 12 and 14. He was the founder of Street Kids International and the Trails Youth Initiative program. Now, I'm sure these programs do great things for kids, but why choose pedophile logos? And why are so many set up by registered and convicted pedophiles and sex offenders? I mean, if you're a pedophile, wouldn't it be great to have your own child protection program? To have access to all those lovely children to pick from? Mind you, these children often come from troubled backgrounds. Some have criminal records. Many suffered from neglect and abuse in early childhood. easy prey, and no concerned, loving parents to protect them. I mean, look at CPS, the Child Protective Services, exposed in 2007 for legally kidnapping and selling children for adoption out of foster care. The lady who exposed them, Congresswoman Nancy Schaefer, was murdered in 2010. Now back to Trudeau's interesting best friends. Here we have Ben Levin, former Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education, arrested and convicted in 2013 for making and distributing child pornography. Then there's Jan Gomeshi, the Canadian CBC radio host, arrested and charged in 2015 with 7 counts of sexual assault and 1 count of overcoming resistance by choking. Now, I don't know about this, but if I were Trudeau, I'd be more careful selecting my friends. He is surrounded by registered pedophiles and sex offenders. There's another prominent place where the FBI symbols of pedophilia can be found, in Hollywood. Kate Spade, American fashion designer. Spade led delegations to Haiti for the No Ceilings initiative of the Clinton Foundation, aimed at the global support of women and girls. Haiti is one of the main places on earth for child trafficking, and we've already seen the involvement of the Clintons in part 4. What did Kate Spade know that led to her death? Why did her husband Andy appear in public 2 days after her death wearing a rat mask? Was Kate about to rat to betray the Clintons? Was Andy Spade forced to wear the mask as a warning to others who just might rat? Number 8. Anthony Bourdain, celebrity chef, TV presenter and author. Bourdain openly criticized Hillary Clinton on multiple occasions. He spoke out strongly against globalization and deeply hoped Henry Kissinger would be called out for the war crimes he committed. Bourdain had been to Pedophile Island, Haiti, to shoot an episode for his TV program, No Reservations. A month before his death, he posted a tweet about the wrath of Hillary Clinton he had experienced. Followed by this one, even more outcalling. And then Bourdain died a sudden and unexpected death. Not many children survive the satanic ritual ceremonies. The very few ones that do were not meant to be killed. They were there to sexually serve the elite. Royalty, sheikhs, top politicians, bankers, judges, church leaders, worldwide. Most survivors were born into satanic cult families. When you study all of the survivors' accounts, you will see they have a lot in common. The same description of the atrocity inflicted upon them, the same names of perpetrators, and the same elite they belong to. The problem, however, is that these survivors are not believed by most people. It's easier to assume that they're insane or attention seekers than to face the horrible truth. Furthermore, not many survivors dare to step forward. They are simply too traumatized. In 2015, a video emerged, shot by a Swedish tourist at Buckingham Palace. It shows a naked boy climbing out of a window of the palace using a bed sheet. The boy cannot hold on and falls to the ground. The mainstream media tried their utmost best to debunk the video. Buckingham Palace declined to comment on the video, and the Metropolitan Police said they had no reports of the incident. Now, I don't know what it is with the royal family, but something's definitely weird. Have a look at Prince William's wife Kate, right after giving birth in 2018. Why on earth would she pick a dress that is identical to the one in the horror movie Rosemary's Baby, where Rosemary gives birth to Satan's child? What kind of an insane coincidence is that? Others who were also prosecuted and sentenced for crimes against humanity were the British Queen Elizabeth Windsor and her husband Prince Philip, former Canadian Prime Minister Harper, and 27 other dignitaries. Whether or not this will lead to arrests, time will tell. For now, both the Pope and the royal family enjoy immunity. The International Tribunal into Crimes of Church and State extensively investigated the case of the rape, torture and murder of 50,000 native children in Canada. The United Church of Canada, the Anglican Church and the British royal family played a major role in this case, as did the Dutch royal family, who fled to Canada to be safe from World War II. As far back as 1942, an investigative journalist of the Canada Gazette thoroughly studied the case and came to the shocking conclusion that 50,000 native children had disappeared from 80 Canadian Indian residential schools, and that 31 mass grave sites have been found inside the school grounds containing the remains of children. Now, as shocking as this may be, it is nothing new. On a regular basis, mass baby and children's graves are discovered, often near nunneries. In some cases, we don't know exactly what happened. In other cases, we do know, due to forensic evidence and the eyewitness accounts of survivors. Mel Gibson was right when he said that satanic cults with child sacrifices are nothing new. It goes way back into history. For thousands of years, children have been murdered to please Satan, Lucifer, Baal, Moloch, or whatever you want to call him. I have found many paintings of child sacrifice in Catholic churches during my own research. It's part of human history, but that doesn't mean it's okay. I haven't even shown you the real top of the pyramid of power yet, just the visible top. Did you think the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, George Soros, the government leaders, even the royal families, did you think they are the top of the 1%? They are not. There is a very dark order above them all, making puppets of everybody else, even of kings and queens. Ever heard of the Jesuit order? Did you know that there are 3 popes instead of 1? Ever heard of Agenda 21? Of its sequel? The depopulation program? This is so big, it does not fit in this first documentary. It will form a film of its own, which I promise to present in a very near future. We've been led to believe that war is normal, that it's part of being human. Well, it's not. Suppression isn't normal. Poverty isn't normal. There's enough food to feed the entire world. The problem is uneven distribution of means, money, and food.
All right, guys. So that pretty much ends that clip. I must say so myself. I mean, if you have never watched any of the Fall of the Cabals, Rest in Power, Janet Osselberg, she was, they said she committed suicide, but I definitely believe she was suicided. She just really did a phenomenal job in all of her documentaries and, really breaking things down. So, I might even start back streaming some of that. But if you do want to find this video, guys, it is in my Telegram, just to put that out there. But I mean, in that clip was only 15 minutes long, okay? And she listed so many different people, and we know there are so many more that's involved in this trafficking of children and pedophilia, and even all the way down to Anthony Bourdain making the statement, quote, "The HRC is Satan's cohort." I don't even think I remember seeing that tweet, but I mean, wow, then all the people that were suicided from talking about this, looking into this, all of Trudeau's connections, like all of these people he's hanging with are known pedophiles. If this is just not even more information, validation that our governments are corrupt at the highest level. We're being told what to do, laws put in place by pedophiles, by demonic psychopaths. Okay, some people call them reptilians. All of the above, for their inversion of society as they try to push us into this transhumanism, where you technically won't even have a soul at that point, no empathy. You're no longer human and when you're transhuman. So, but I mean, a phenomenal job, Janet Osselberg. I mean, I wish I would have had an opportunity to personally interview her. Because just some of the things that she touches on, she brings the information, and that's enough for you to go back and take it and do further information yourself. Do your own research. I always encourage people to do that. I hear people talk about stuff all the time, and you know what? I don't attack what people say, but if it's something I haven't heard or I disagree with, but what I do is I write myself a little note, and then I see what I can find out. Or if somebody says something that I find interesting, I go and do my own research. We know how they're deleting things, but you can't trust the first or second document. Look at 3, 4, 5, 6 documents. Start to compare. And one thing that you could never go wrong with, and that is following the money. Okay, because all of these corporations have stakeholders, are selling shares. You can pull that information up. You can see who's invested. You can see who's contributing. A lot of these places, you go to their website, you click on the donation page, they'll tell you who they've received donations from. So it's not that hard to find out who the head of the snake is, who's participating in the snake, who's trying to take down us or is funding humanity's demise. That's what's important. So always follow the money. Who's pushing what? Who's selling what? Who only wants to speak if they're getting paid? Who's running shows that have thousands of people in it, but they only let certain people talk? Or you can't get a mic. Who's the big wigs? Who is allowed to have this open platform without any censorship, without any, anything that they have to combat? So I just wanted to make sure I pointed that out, as well as, she brought up some points about Red Cross. I mean, Red Cross, you definitely can't trust Red Cross. Any and every has always been something connected to, and then the fact that, and that leads me to even talk about when after this jab started rolling out and people were getting blood donations, how they said, oh, we're not separating the blood. Remember when they said they weren't even separating the blood from those that took the jab and those that, didn't take it? Like, they were literally giving people blood donations from those who were jabbed. And now they're coming out, oh, we want to make sure, if you've taken it, we need to know after you've already put infected blood into somebody else, and the money never gets to where it needs to be. So, Red Cross, if you want to donate to someone, find the people on the ground. The people that can show you the work, you know, and it might not be the big name that you know. That even reminds me of what's going on in the Congo right now, the genocide that's taking place, that I will be doing a show on, the resources of the Congo, what's going on in the Congo, how it contributes to our technology, and go back into the history, back when Leopold was chopping heads off, and more colonialism, more imperialism. So these are just some of the stories that I will be presenting in future shows, just to really try to bring as much truth that hasn't been manipulated, you know, or put into a certain perspective so you can only hear one side of the story, but things that matter. So because the more you understand the history, the more you know how to maneuver you, yourself, your family, and future generations moving forward. You know, some other things I want to point out just from that clip, CPS. Oh, I got to do a show on CPS. If anybody's listening and you got some insight on CPS too, feel free to reach out to me, because sometimes, you know, it's hard, you know, being the only person talking all the time. But, you know, if I can't get anyone that wants to participate, I just do it myself. I don't need to wait to get the message out there. But it doesn't hurt to have someone who's willing to jump in there, share it, do some research, look it up, bring it, you know, because I'm all about bringing more information, not just talking about it, but showing you, bringing you the articles, looking at the patents. I try to do is make it as thorough as possible. I actually want to create a team where we really take this thing to another level when it comes to we the people bringing our own news sources, because we are the news now. So just want to put that out there. So if you're someone who is a researcher, you love looking into these things, you love having conversations about it, and you're not about the fear, which is false evidence appearing real, then make sure you reach out to me, because, you know, hey, I like being around people of like mind. But again, CPS. Oh my God. How many children come up missing in CPS is just ridiculous. And they have no power. If CPS come knocking at your door, don't open it. You know, stop letting these people think that you have to follow and listen to what they're doing. These government NGOs, these organizations, these so-called nonprofits, no, you know, taking children, you know, they get paid every time they can convince you that you need to be a better parent. So if they convince you to sign up for parenting class, that's a check. If they can convince you that every time they come out to look at your home, that's a check. Every little thing they can convince you that you need to do to get your child back, those are checks, individual commissions. They make more money putting you in the system and keeping you in the system than giving your child back. And then they hope that, you know, you're just that parent that just like, oh, well, I can't do it, so I guess I lost my child. And then your child is sold off into some child slavery or sexual ritual or God knows what. So CPS is a criminal organization. You know, and I know they're called different names in different states and different parts, but all of them are criminal organizations. When you do, I've done some research on it, and when I do talk about it, I'm gonna do more to make sure I'm bringing you as much as I can. But from what I remember, hundreds, thousands of children come up missing a month, in 1 month. You know, so CPS, yes, definitely child trafficking. And Nancy Schaefer, the one who talked about that, I remember her coming out about that and her being murdered as well. You know, I think it was something about, was that the one with the car drove off, or some car drove into her, or something behind that? But I'll make sure I talk a little bit more about what happened to her and her CPS connection on the second show. And again, just going over just all of these Trudeau connections, like really that, and of course the British royal family, their connections, the connections with the Queen, with all these Aboriginal kids that were buried in the back of these orphanage, thousands of bodies. I'll definitely be bringing you all of that in the second show that I do when talking about the child trafficking and some of these other things, because I definitely feel people need to know the truth. People go around, God bless the Queen, These people are criminals. These people participate in killing kids, genocide. All the artifacts they stole from another country. Those diamonds, the biggest diamond. I remember when I went to London and I went to the museum. I saw the biggest diamond. I saw all these different things, and all of it came from Africa. What they've stolen throughout history, even the Vatican and all the things that they've stolen as well. So it's just like, the veil has been lifted. Let's put it that way. We are truly in the Great Awakening, where all lies are being revealed and they cannot hide anymore. It's out there. People are looking into it. No matter what they try to do, it's still continuously waking people up. So yeah, I just really want to, again, thank everybody for coming in, and, hopefully you learned a lot of good information. If you didn't see it from the beginning, make sure you go back and see the replay. I talked about the history of the Haitian Revolution, touched on that, what happened during that time. I talked about the assassination of the president, how he fought against these bioweapon jabs, and how he said out of his own mouth that we will work it out ourselves through nature and holistic medicine. We don't need your bioweapon vaccines. And then he was assassinated. We heard from his wife and her recollection of the incident. We heard a little bit about the gangs and why they came into play. What they call them gangs, but I think they're some freedom fighters. They're fighting for their freedom. They clearly said they don't want the U.S. involved. They don't want you coming over there bringing your military to control them, and God knows what else with that prime minister they tried to put in place, who was probably going to allow them to roll out the jabs. So, we touched on that, and we touched on the child trafficking and the connections with the politicians coming out of Haiti, the children that they've stolen, that they were caught with. You just can't make this stuff up. None of this stuff is an assumption. You can find information on all of it. You can look in my Telegram. You can look it up yourself. So hopefully you guys definitely learned something. And when people start coming out the mouth talking about Haiti, you can educate them on the real reason why these narratives are being pushed, because they have a wealth of natural resources, agriculture, and everything else. Uranium, gold, rice, marble, limestone, zinc. And iridium is worth more than gold, and they have mountains of it. Is that why they're saying, oh, we got to get over there in Haiti? We got to get rid of these gangs. We got to put in our own governing and tell them what to do. We got to position and bring our own people in there. Or for us to help you, you have to let us bring our own people in there. But yet someone's making money off of mining all these resources. And I'll definitely be bringing that in part 2 as well. Who is mining the resources in Haiti? Who is making the money that's coming out of Haiti when the people there only earn $2 a day, or maybe $3? So I agree with Janet Osselberg. Symbolism will be their downfall, and the last comment that I really wanted to make. I didn't see anybody join the stream, so I will be winding it down. Once I roll the outro, the music, after the outro music, I'll be ending the stream. But one last announcement that I really want to make, because I should have did this a few weeks ago, but I'm kind of mad at myself, but I'm going to do it. Go ahead and talk about it now. EDTA. For those that have been vaccine injured, do not take EDTA. Please do your research on it. I just dropped 2 articles in my Telegram about EDTA. Okay, because there are a lot of doctors going around right now, mainstream right now, it's all on the social media pushing EDTA. And for the ones that I've interviewed, for those that know me, all the doctors I've interviewed over the last 3 years, I've been reaching out to all of them, letting them know that EDTA is not good. And please don't connect your brand to EDTA. So that lets me know, if you're not even going to look into it, what side are you on? Because, yeah, EDTA. Let me just read a quick thing about EDTA real quick. It says EDTA serves as the connection mediator between NIHCF nanoparticles and graphene nanosheets. So if you're infected with a bioweapon that has graphene oxide in it, why would you want your solution to have graphene in it as well? I just want to plant that seed. Everybody, please start doing your research on EDTA. Do not trust any of these people pushing all these different supplements and all these different things. They're not the Rockefeller doctors. They're the ones that saying they're fighting on our side right now. So pay attention to the supplements. Pay attention to what they're telling you is the that's going to heal you from these bioweapon shots. Okay, because you want to try to stay as natural, as holistic as possible. You don't want to use a solution from a problem that has graphene to a solution that includes graphene. Okay, so I just really just had to touch on that. And yeah, one other thing, the nicotine patches also has graphene oxide in it. So for those that have been pushing the nicotine patches, now let me just be clear. I don't know Dr. Brian Artis personally. I do know some people that know him, and hopefully, maybe he wasn't aware of this. I don't know. Hopefully they'll get the word to him, but, because I do know that he made a comment, spoke out about this, stating that these nicotine patches could also help with, the spike protein and all these different things, these adverse reactions from the job. But the nicotine patches now also have graphene oxide in it. So guys, they're putting graphene oxide in a lot of things now. So we can't just think it's coming from, just the injection itself. I wouldn't even be surprised if it's in the chemtrails that they're spraying. But right now, I just wanted to bring some notification to these nicotine patches, to this EDTA that I'm hearing a lot of, promotion behind, so to speak. So yeah, I just really want to point that out. I could not figure out how. But yeah, so yeah, guys, if you got any questions with me about that as well, you can, back channel me, message me. Again, I posted 2 articles that talks about it. You will see that it has graphene oxide in there. So whenever they're talking about, there's one thing to be talking about nanotech, which is just in sizes, but you're saying nanotech, including graphene and different types of graphene. Yeah, you just may want to think twice about that. Okay. So I just want to, wind down, tell everybody, I love you guys. I love humanity. I don't care what color you are, how rich you are, how poor you are. long as you care about truth and freedom, we'll be all right, you know, because yeah, we will not comply. I know I will not comply. And I just want to thank everybody for coming in. I'm going to start winding down, because at the end of the day, power is the people, you know, and what we do matters. Silence is compliance. We are the majority, not the minority. Okay, so what we do does count, and we are winning this thing. Okay, so no matter what's going on around us, you know, the first thing you could do is, you know, wake yourself up, you know, so it starts with you. And I just want to read this nice little quote before I roll the outro music. Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute a new government. Okay, so I just wanted to read that to remind you guys, they work for us. It's not supposed to be the other way around. So it is the right of the people to alter and to abolish it. And yeah, so let's go ahead and roll on out, guys. Thank everybody for coming in. And again, no matter what's going on, don't allow them to build division amongst us. You know, we got all these different wars going around us, but at the end of the day, you know, we really want to stand together. Anything that takes us apart from each other or creates these narratives, people post these videos to get you all revved up, and they'll show you a black person beating up a white person, and then they get revved. They show you a white person beating up a black person, then they get revved. And then, of course, they'll throw a couple shootings in there to get you revved up. But we have to remember, it's united we stand. The majority is what counts at the end of the day, guys. So thank you. Much love to you. I hope everybody enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and we are definitely going to go ahead and wind it on down. Make sure you check the replay, share it if you didn't get to catch it from the beginning. And yeah, that's all I got, guys.
We stand, but divided we fall. Evil won't stand a chance. We all know that God's in control. All the people of the world are joining hand in hand, 'cause all of the tyranny brought us back together again. So united we stand.
Trying to divide us brought us closer together. People that normally never, just trying to make the world better. Doctors, ball players, scientists, actors, rabbis, preachers, deacons, pastors, singers and rappers, overcoming all their differences. The freedom to live your life regardless what your religion is. Masked up the children, shut down your businesses. Socially distancing didn't stop any sickness. Start listening to each other. Witness what you discover. We all sisters and brothers. You do not get another life to live, so embrace it, don't waste it. Every single struggle that they try to throw at us, we overcame it. Freedom, we had to take it. Matrix, we had to break it. Not the great reset, no, this is the great awakening. Holding on to your sanity, won't divide up the family. Muslim, Jew, Christianity, let's get back to humanity.
United we stand, but divided we fall. Evil won't stand a chance. We all know that God's in control. All the people of the world are joining hand in hand, 'cause all of the tyranny brought us back together again. So united we stand.
They shut down the schools schools, churches, and temples too. Even if we disagree, every day I'm defending you. Yeah, it's someone else's problem until it's affecting you. All the trillions they send to other countries instead of you. Never bend my knee to man, God is who I'm kneeling to. All the evil in the world, they trying to deceive the youth. They'll never know what it's like just to be me and you. It feel good waking up every morning and being true. Help each other stay afloat, don't let no one lose hope. I don't care your political party or how you vote. I want everyone to be happy with a life full of health. I hope you make enough to find generational wealth. You just gotta keep walking if you going through hell. And it doesn't make you weak if you asking for help. Don't let them tear us apart over nothing again. So let's all join hands, cause united we stand.
United